Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. Hey there, Realism here. Hello there, Zoriux. Hyvää huomenta. Good morning to you. And 25 stream streak. Hot diggity dog. Thank you, Realism here. I'm glad you like it here. So, my friends, it is time for us to return to the magical lands of Satisfactory. Well, to the factory that can be at best described as satisfactory. Ah. Remember, kids? Take your meds. There we go. Oop. Sorry I'm late, everyone. Decided to have a eat before stream. Always a mistake. Especially when I also decided to have a cheeky little bun. Which was covered in sugar. Which then, of course, got all in the moustache. And getting it out of there was a larger project than I expected. I had to re-wax everything. But now, it's time for caffeine and seeing how much work it's going to take to fix yesterday's last minute mistakes. Still haven't done any of these cool signs. I guess that'll be like a proper endgame. Maybe it's a little too early. Can I put it back on again? Ooh, let's put on a toaster instead. I love toaster. Sweet Jesus. Every machine turned on at the same time. Extreme loud. Okay, that's neat. Because these were not in sync, when I left yesterday. Look at those. So the game loads in, and they all can turn on. Okay, well, I guess it makes sense that the game doesn't save at, what part of the manufacturing process each machine was. So they all, turn on again. Does that mean saving and loading makes you lose resources? Or, wait, no. Because the resource isn't sort of spent until the process is finished. So, okay. I was wondering, if saving and loading would make you, lose resources. Not that it matters, really, but very small amounts might. Okay, but this setup isn't working and will not work. Which means okay, so this is going to keep on running and producing all that stuff. We needed a grand total of 180. You're making 200, so let's change that to 180 per minute. Frickety frack, come on, there we go. So then, our sweet power shards are powering along. Heathers and Kira, hello. I just invented the worst joke ever. Instead of, I will finish this task, I would say, be ready for this. I will sweeten that task. Anyway, I took a free day today. Yeah. I hope you enjoy your free day, my friend. But I guess that's on par there with Seribot's joke. Going there like, hey, what kind of pants do ghosts wear? Boo jeans. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. It's inte cool. I was thinking like more like, hey, I'm gonna like Sweden. They like suede or sweetness. I'm gonna sweet end this task. Because that's the way I like it, baby. And I shall give you crystal import. Tammifrån, nu går vi. Aha. Oh well, so here we have these machines running, right? And now we got 2 trucks bringing in the quartz, because apparently, as you can see, that belt has no quartz on it, which means all the quartz got spent. Now, these 3 have everything they need to be running for quite a while. And frankly, I don't think we need that many power shards. So if anything, we'll just do a thing like that. Because you just make sure that we have some in the dimensional depot. And once that's full, then it'll start sinking them. Okay. And in order to make that work, right, so we had 3 of these consuming 30 dark matter and 30 time crystal. These guys are producing 30 time crystal. You're producing, there we go, 60 dark matter. Which means now we're making enough excess dark matter crystals. Because the exporter here is outgoing transfer rate 500 items per minute. And your output seems to be a kind of either or. I got 2 trucks delivering quartz. And they're working just fine. I was low on the dark matter residue. Alright, of course you were, because of the whole quartz issue. No, it would have to be because of the SAM issue. Right, that's the issue. I just want to use the trucks here because I can't. I mean, we could just, you know, pull a belt, and it would be faster. But the trucks seem neat. Oh, unexpected. I mean, my actual quartz production is not keeping up. Makes sense, I suppose. You only have 4 of these, making... what was that? 45, 90 per minute? Consuming 37.5, 75 times 4. Consuming 150. This one can produce 600. Now redone my entire crude oil input to my fuel power plant. See if I can get a balance in my system now. So no refiner starves for oil. I wish you all the best, my friend. I hope it works out. Well. Booger. Wait. Five into 3. Okay, so in this one, though, the quartz crystal is the more dense. I was thinking like, oh, well, you can import. So if you want silica, then you actually want to import the quartz and turn it into silica on site. Whereas with the crystal, you want to make stuff from the crystal. Okay, then. Yes, we're expanding. So we have 4. That's enough for 150. We're outputting 600, so do 2 more stories. There we go. Now all of those outputs sort of awkwardly go here. And that's okay. Then these guys' outputs will go and join that belt somehow. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out one way or another. One, 2, 3, 4. With like that. Okay, so like this, and that looks about right. See, game says surface is too uneven, you can't build there. We'll press H for nudging, and then it's fine. Game has some difficulty choosing what is and is not allowed. Like, no, you can't do that. Oh, well, fine. Oh, you cheeky you. I'll let you do it this time. Oh, but don't push it next time, friendo. I won't let you do what you want. Oh, yes, I will. Well, Synthholm. Yeah, would that be Synthholm or Synthholm? Hard to say. Yeah, for this one, we'll have one of these belts go through a splitter, thing goes up, has a splitter, goes in here, gets split, and then split. We do check number 3, 4 for the splitter. I wish it worked on pipes and belts too. Just let me place them. I know, right? You kind of can, because you can sort of force a splitter into weird places, and through those you can then connect belts. It's mostly the supports that are the issue. So if you figure out a way to make something it can connect you where you want it, then it'll just allow you to do all kinds of crazy shit. There we go. Yep. All kinds of funny shapes. Come out. And there. No. See, we take those two away. Now the beam through this corner. Yeah, dang it. I have to aim at it like from that direction. So this is the two. There we go. Got the corners in. Put in these beamy connectors. Well, it's a good thing in then I didn't do anything too crazy with the extra connections there. Because yeah, turns out the trucks weren't the problem. There. And then you can... connect all of these. There we go. There we go. Still a little funny looking, but nothing too impossible. See, we just need to get the power from down here. Yep. And there we go. Now we've tripled the output of this thing. Meaning you'll go through well, large amount of quartz. Wait, you could do more. Not first. Yeah. Hey there, Anti-Senpai. Morning, Hunter. Good morning to you. And hello there, Jamin, over on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you all around, friendos. Hope you're having a most pleasant day. Indeed. There we go. It's 10 a.m. and it's already hot. I know, 10:53. It's not insane. It's not too hot here, but there's apparently another bout of spicy weather coming this way as well. Less than amazing in so many ways. It's 30 here at the moment. Oh, damn. Yeah, we don't have that. It ain't that rough up over at our place. Thankfully. You never know. Yeah, there are two Bob games. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. So fly around here and keep on building. Yeah, looks great. So now the output has increased. And this one's in the entire output is actually being consumed. We have 4 times 3 times 37. Yeah, okay, so this thing should now be consuming the entire output, with occasionally shoving some stuff in there. So this one that has then an output with 2.5 of 360, which I think is, honestly, it might not be enough. We give you an output of all of that. Oh, yeah? Come on now, logistics. Here we find the gosh darn splitter. So now we have 8 times 9375. Oh, so these two are now consuming 750. There we go. So 1125. Alright, so it's still less than the full output of 2 of those, and the silicon one actually goes on very rarely right now. Whereas this one has much more of a demand. So 12 times 5625. $675. So that should fix the whole potential quartz issue. There we go. The RCUs are maxing and maxed out. Okay, so if you want the motors here, you're gonna have to make a motor factory somewhere. Then belt in the motors from a drone port. It's gonna say somewhere, but I guess we'll just add it to this here list of drone ports, eh? Let's see, we'll do this. One more drone port. You're an importer. So you are factory north. Import. Importer. There we go. Which means we do then first here the battery hole. And you here working as hard as you can. Batteries being exported all over the place. Okay, getting the export tube out should be relatively easy. Game is seems to me the game is like doing like increasingly large amount of random glitching. I can only assume it's on account of the size of the save. And then I'll need to bring you to there. I love it when they fit together. We can do first like that. See what happens here. Why do you do that little dip? Alright. There. No, that is exactly what I actually did want, so... It's good, except... you kind of look like you're hanging down from there, actually. You're not really rendered in from behind. As long as you don't look at it from that side, it's most acceptable. Also means we gotta get rid of this guy. Now it looks like it's a little supported. I'm okay with this. The only solution is to run away and never look back. One of the three appears to be on. Oh, look at, there's so much quartz here now. This guy's empty. That car did a tiny little teleport. That guy was holding back the line. Now it's filling up a lot faster. In theory, at 1,200 a minute. In practice, yeah, we're gonna do a little silly bananas here, which will include conveyor lift hole there. There. Let's see. That would be perfect. Then we're just gonna scoot it backwards a little. Or we scoot it inwards. Let it clip into that support pillar. No, that looks like just bad clipping. That doesn't look like good clipping. Just gonna do, we put you there. As long as there's crystals in here, we can refill this thing at twice the speed. So the outgoing transfer rate should increase. Now, of course, this thing is only making 600 something, so it won't really matter. But it's more like it just if the truck stop gets filled, then the buffer can grab onto some of them. Because this thing is now still making... Oh! I'll fix that then. They weren't actually functioning at full speed, I think. Okay, we also built a fun thing, but we don't have maintenance access to these upper floors. Not that you can actually walk around. You know what? There's actually a much easier way to fix this. I was thinking catwalks and all that kind of stuff. But the quick and dirty solution is, of course, the old ladder. Now we could then fit catwalk here. Catwalk could go up and across. Well, now we got a catwalk, apparently. Them's the rules, yo. Them's the rules. You all know how it is. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. So these two gotta go. Okay, that one actually has the ladder. It's only this one really that has to go. Become one of those. Deal with the falling risk. Here. That's why I wanted to leave these open, because there's technically these ladders here, so now there would be like ladder access. There we go. I do like playing around with these. The same thing here. We could have stairs connecting. Okay, yep. You got me coming in this chat. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Oh dear. That was the plan, but now we could do this, but then it would match with the others, so we're not. Man. Every now and then you realize, oh, there's more of these wonderful connection points that I never knew. There we go. God dang, I thought it was zooping. No, we're zooping. There we go. And I guess the question is, do we connect these up to there? I guess we'll have to, eh? Which means you gotta go. You can't be there. Do that. This. Ah, yeah. Other way around though. Like this. So you got stairs up. Because stairs down this way is doable. We'll then plan again with those freaking ladders. I'll just get rid of the ladder. Yeah. Then you... continue here. No. Damn. Oh, well, nothing impossible. Speaking of, oh yes, there was some coffee left. Tragically, it's growing cold though. The ramp goes up. Oh well, that's the only way. And it's all A-okay. As long as you don't look too close. I don't know where this thing's gonna lead, so it'll be a fire exit for now. There we go. Everything you're making is being consumed. You have the tiniest bit extra. These are then working at full speed. And I don't think anyone here is slooped. Then I'll do a temporary merger here with high priority in the middle. So you still keep on hand delivering some of these motors. Maximum transfer rate is 47 stacks per minute. So it's ultimately doing okay. Sam's full and the quartz is being constantly delivered. Seem like you're idle for like a lack of diamonds. All of our diamonds are coming through here. And some of them are going there, that is true. It means we do actually want a buffer. So I'm gonna do silly things, and you know, we could design for perfect out throughput and all that. But we're not going to be achieving that kind of elegance here. No, sir. No way, no how. Yeah, so part of the diamond is going there. Which means... these are the ones needing the slooping. You should have nothing built up, but you do have a little bit built up anyway. So I'll help you burn through a little by throwing in... yeah, no. I think we can ramp this guy up too. Although 1200. Part of its out, the guy's output. Come in here. There we go. Now these are going at 300 minutes. So 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 300 would be... yeah, 600. $1,500, sorry. Yeah, so 1,500. Needs gonna 600. $2,100. So the 1,050 per. Yeah, we could do that. And you see, your stuff comes in here. So if we remove this one, and have instead bit of coal coming in through here. Do you fit in this space? I think you would just fine. And this would function as our splitter. Won't work. Ah, that's better. So now you're outputting a grand 1,200. Wait, no. Yes. You see, you're coming out and following the wall. We need to get you over here. So you can probably go behind there. Nice and flat. Can we get it to that seam? Can't. Oh. Oh, that looks good. Let's see here. Yeah, there came Stockholm. Morning to you. Okay. High priority on the right, low on the left, low in the middle. New splitter goes there, and you first and foremost go here, then to there. Alright, so now you feed the lower ones, and you feed the upper ones. Alright, because none of these and the other ones will never be like fully operational. 100
is just like the leopard, except that it hasn't been peppered. If you should see a panther crouch, prepare to say ouch. Better yet, if called by a panther, don't anther.
Don't answer. Hey there, Buffalo Biggers. Hope you're doing well. That's a fun one. I would also keep myself asking, is the spicy pasta done? Yes, it is. The spicy pasta was done last stream because the very first the spicy pasta machine we made for phase 4 has just been running in the background while we're building all kinds of stuff. So slowly but surely, it made 1,000 of them, and then he kept on making even more, and we put those all over to the nuclear production facility, and I think we can make like 20,000 singularity cells with what we got happening there right now. So we technically don't need a specialized machine for that production over there. Yeah, I still grabbed a few in my own pockets because I can, and because we're gonna need some for other stuff anyway. And what I did here was we're gonna steal now a bunch of the coal from here, also a pure node, as in putting the stuff in here. And this guy. Now you are... Oh, that's why you're not working. Hee hee. There. Huh? Is everything here like full? No? But this one is supposed to send half here. Then high priority on the side inputs. Oh, right. Right. Because I put this here as a... using that one as an aiming tool. They weren't actually connected. They were just visually touching each other. See, now this one is inputting. This one is prioritizing this input over this one's input. So this one should be mostly shoving everything here. Only allowing stuff to go up if this guy isn't doing it, which he should be at all times. You should be getting more. You see, that's correct. That's not correct. So Any and overflow. You see, both of those are getting... You're getting 1200. Oh, they probably had like one tiny hiccup and then like the average went down. Okay, so now I'm finally finding a use, because I was wondering when I was building these things, like, why would I ever care about a throughput counter? And now I'm like, okay, so when we set up these like crazy speed things, we're trying to make sure we grab everything, then yes. It was calibrating, yeah, exactly. I hope you're doing well, Buffalo, because it's always nice to hear from you. And I like those little bits of wordplay and poetry you got there. Very lovely. Now these will be then overproducing, because like I said, these guys are producing, but they're just not being consumed at, you know, crazy speeds. They're doing everything they can, but also that was also with the Mark II and not being like fully zooted and, you know, charge up with all the shards. But now we got the shards in, and now I'm finally using these combined with the belts, and I gotta say, pretty handy. Reminds me of what I saw Tim the Sorcerer do on his run, where he built a sort of main bus kind of situation where you have like these belts full of stuff and you grab them when you need them from the belt, which is a popular design choice, and one I make use of a little bit when I usually in like an earlier Factorio run. But in the end, I always find myself defaulting to doing like specialized factories. I just prefer that way. Is it the most efficient way? Probably not. I don't care. I just like it. That's the thing. You don't always have to min-max at the meta of that a community has decided is the best way to do things. Doesn't mean it's the only way to do things. You can build whatever the heck you want, like truck-based, traversal systems. You see, I'm literally pulling in belts inside the roads from there. I could just as easily have brought in the crystals, but I wanted trucks to finally make use of this road. So I'm paying extra resources in form of batteries to make it happen, and I regret nothing. See, this truck literally has been like so surpassed by this guy, and that's fine. I remember who else is making use of these ones. Oh yeah, the fixed site stuff. Right, yeah, they should get one of these over the Caterium factory. That I gotta remember. Okay, so now we get. I really like how you're able to hide belts and pipes under the road. Yeah, thank you, Kim. Yeah, that was one of the ideas, because otherwise, I'm okay with some like complicated pipe work, complicated belt work. That's fine. It's the pulling random belts all over the train, which you kind of have to do sometimes with just how the nodes are placed. So that's why I like the roads, because then I can hide some of that spaghetti. Because I won't have these kind of like connections everywhere where I can have these sort of like nice catwalks with the belts above them. Because again, that makes the structural sense. They're supported by the train and like the train pillars. You see, that makes sense to me. But sometimes you gotta pull a little silly little spaghetti line, so that's why the sewers are in here. I should probably just plug this thing up. But I'm not sure we're done with this place, so I'm not gonna do it just... You know what? I lied. But let us do it now. Let's see, we put that thing there. Honestly, that considering it is a slightly crazy spaghetti mess, I don't hate it. I don't hate it nearly as much as I thought I would. So what we're gonna do is something like this. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I will leave it metallic, and I'm not gonna sort of hide the fact that there's no like wall bit here, and I'm okay with that. These I can deal with. Like that. That being open is okay because this got the framework. I think we can probably put a gate hole. No, we can't. Oh, it's too close. Oh well. Time for some ramps. A nicely diamond hole where the quartz comes from. Quartz holes, we got our SAM holes. This area here is, well, let's be honest, it's a heckin' mess is what it is. Man, I'm just like not paying attention to the chat, sorry about that. And that might have been the last one I remember. DTS might have to go back to reading out again. Ooh. Might have to. I mean, yeah, the depot. Hello again. I'm okay with that. And migraine city today. Oh, that sucks. My own fault for eating too many nitrates. At least the blindness is past. That's good. Yeah, the aura blindness is weird. It's one of those things because when I was as an adult is when I started having painful migraines now in these past few years. It sucks. It's a horrible upgrade. Because most of my life I've had the sort of migraine auras. You know, blind spots that suddenly appear and go away. Then I sort of, in hindsight, realized that they also were then followed by, you know, nausea, confusion, fugue states, that kind of stuff. And it was... When I was young, I remember I was hanging out at a park and people were comparing their experiences on migraines because one of my friends has like cluster migraines and someone else had more of the like, you know, garden variety, if you will. And they were comparing their experiences and talking about them, and then they were talking about auras and how apparently I know everyone gets them, and then they were describing them. Like, oh, you mean like, you know? And then I described my own like symptoms and like, yeah, I didn't know you have migraines. Like I don't. I didn't know I had some either. And that's when I found out about, I think some call them ghost migraines or so on, because apparently, because it's a neurological, it's a brain thing. So that you can have migraines without pain, apparently. So I had those for most of my life, but hey, I finally got old enough to get my big boy migraines now, in my later 30s. It sucks. But it was a weird one, growing up and then suddenly going like, wait, I'm going blind. I'm terrified. And you try to explain to people, and no one really took you seriously. The 90s and early 2000s. Nowadays, you know, child says something, they're like, oh my god, you know, everything's taken way too seriously. Back then they were like, "Are you dying? Are you bleeding? No, fuck off. Go play. Don't come back to the sun's down." But meh, the sun does go down for a month. I said, don't come back till the sun goes down. Yeah, finally, like I think it's happening now. I don't know if it's already happened, but it's happening soon. Yeah, the time of the midnight sun is almost over. Finished, yeah, we called Kamos. I believe I mentioned it before. How do I make this make sense? And the answer is apparently I don't. So, then we do the only irrational thing we can do, which is we hide. Oh. Oh. I didn't know you weren't plugged in. No, you are plugged in. Oh, we can't sync power shards. Good to know, I suppose. Hey, the Eagle the Crafter. Hope you're doing well. Oh, and also on the whole House on the Land. Otherwise, we're doing okay. Might have to go earlier today. We'll see how things work out. Might have to go and visit the parent. Yeah, got up way too early because the missus has, you know, the good old back to office nonsense. Makes no hecking sense. Everyone everyone has to go to the office so they can, you know, be a part of meetings where half the people are not there anyway because everything is, you know, decentralized. You know, it's wonderful when you know the powers that be force people to go back to the office so that they can take part in meetings with people who are in other offices. So they do long distance work anyway, and dealing with emails and all that things that vitally require you to be present. And then they, you know, well, I mean, there's also all these like training courses you have to take for things which are ultimately and effectively just PowerPoint presentations, which of course need you to be there live. Yeah, there's a lot of dumbassery going on, I'd say. But why, one might ask, why are the powers that be so intent on trying to make sure everyone goes back to the office? Well, that's because empty office buildings lose value, so they have to have people making use of the offices in order to maintain property value for their investment. So everyone needs to suffer because they don't know what else to do as an easy solution to get the value back on their property investment. It's not like they could, I don't know, rent it out. There's all kind of micro businesses out there. The office hotel, you know, stuff is kind of thriving. And then all these studies, they're saying, oh no, people like they thrive and they love working at the office. They should totally have the BB, you know, forced to be there because it's good for like social interaction and all that jazz. And it's like, nah, not with the way y'all are doing it. Not with the way y'all are doing it. And it's always funny because then there's all these studies that say, you know, people at the office really love it there and they can't wait to get back. Well, who did all these studies? Well, it's actually the companies also rent office space. Known as always the same company, have the same study, who does various forms of the same study. And it's always the freaking workspace rental company. It's like, I don't think that's a very unbiased opinion. You know, I'm just saying. And then, yeah, the follow-up just continued with Ounce. I'm sorry to hear that. But the classical migraine since the 90s. They used to be an 18-hour blowout. Ooh, but as I've aged, they've diminished. Small victories. Well, that's good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I've always been lucky in the sense that, yeah, so I've had the migraines, because my younger brother has always had, since he was a kid, just absolutely debilitating migraines. So, witnessed that since growing up. I've had, loved ones with migraine issues. So, yeah, I do respect the horrors of a true migraine. And it's only the past few years that I've gotten to live with their fantastical reality. Wait, while I was mucking about there and stuff, this thing just ramped the heck up, produced so many shards. I was convinced we were gonna be able to sink those. That mildly sucks, but that's okay, because thanks to ramping all that up means we will end up with a diamond surplus, which means these guys should be able to run full tilt. And these guys are making a large amount of time crystals. Far more that are being consumed. Oh, well, they will be once these are, again, all maxed out. We're putting a bunch in the pockets for our build production. Now, y'all only need diamonds to make the time crystals. And that is the only recipe. Yes. So we can always ramp up time crystal production. Especially now. Because we really ramped up diamond production. The time crystal production can be ramped up because diamond production was ramped up. To the point where I'm kind of thinking maybe we should, in fact, but there's so many of these that I want to be able to run at max power, but they're not being consumed at 100%. So while we wait for those, sweet baby Jesus, you're loud. There you go. Here, have some random coal. I had it in my pocket. So now we have 10 of these. So we're technically trying... Okay, so they're trying to consume 3,000 coal. Well, that's not going to happen, because maximum is 2,400. So we remove one of you. Oh. There we go. And they're still producing then times just so 300 diamonds per minute in theory. Now if you're not running, there'd be no reason for you not to be... Oh yeah, you are just running all the time, yet just the animations are slow because you have all the dark matter you could ever want. Look at all that stuff. Alright, wonderful. Well, let's make the place look slightly more reinforced. Then we'll do a SAM drone import area. Okay, I'm quite okay with this. There we go. The big employer around here saved an obscene amount on food and air conditioning when everyone was working from home during COVID. Once over, they just fired the whole town. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, because COVID taught everyone that, the whole working from the office isn't necessary. I think a part of that also is just the classic can't teach an old dog new tricks kind of thing, because so people are so used to be working from the office, so it just does not compute. No matter how hard they try, how hard people try to teach them, they just don't get it. They can't get it. It's just so I'm like, okay, cool. I understand where you're coming from. I think it's dumb, but at least I can sort of understand what would drive someone to make such a silly choice. But let's see here. No, it's tragic. It's dumb. It's stupid. They gain nothing and lose everything with that silly attitude of theirs. And there's a whole this is how this is how we've always done it, and this is how we are always gonna do it kind of attitude, which is always frankly tragic. It's not even, I don't want to attack people for doing what they've always done, because that's the way they've learned to do it. It's part of the whole human condition, the whole getting conditioned, for better and for worse. Yeah, maybe a little, but I think it'll be better if we just put in good old industrial railing. Saves any situation. Good old rock. Can't beat that. Followed by a catwalk. And I've ranted about it before, but I keep on ranting it to anyone who'll listen. But I firmly believe that, I understand why it happened. I totally get where they're coming from. But I think management is being paid too much. There's not just management, to be fair. There's a lot of roles that are being way overpaid. Because, a manager's wages should be like anyone, it should be measured by how much value they bring to the company. and frankly, a lot of them are just doing their job. They're easily replaceable. Some of them already would be easily replaceable by a single Excel sheet. Because, you know, what are they supposed to do? Look at the numbers, and if the numbers match up, say yes or no. Well, that sounds like a job for an Excel sheet. Any more complicated, and you know what? There's this fantastical new modern technology called AI that could also deal with it. Good old number crunching. Yeah, but you know, those are my opinions on these things, and they are, of course, an idiot's opinions, especially an idiot who is not in management per se. I know, grew up in an entrepreneur family. Despite the hating of the management, I do not think it's so simple. It isn't, no, per se, but but it is undeniable that while the wages of most workers have in the past 50, 60 years have increased very slowly, most of like management average pay is increasing like rapidly. So there is like from a like purely capitalistic point of view, the math ain't mathing out. Like the capitalistic ideal of, you know, you should be paid what you're worth, and what you're worth is how much money, how much value you can provide. So I think because there's it's an ideological problem, and it's a very human problem. It's the same reason why politicians' wages keep on going up, because they determine their own wages, kind of thing. And of course, why wouldn't you? Because when the cost of living goes up, why wouldn't you raise your wages? But then if you raise your wages, but shouldn't you be raising everyone's wages? But you can't, then it's difficult to raise everyone's wages, because if you raise everyone's wages, well, that's a lot of money. But if we raise just management, that's just a little bit, right? But because it's spread out over the past, I don't know, century, 80, 60 years, that kind of thing, century, half century, the division between your basic laborer, who actually does the product, you know, the company does not exist without the shop floor. Whereas, well, they're training more and more managers in manager school literally every day. Whereas the trade skills are kind of disappearing. And but still, the shop floor, you know, if there is no product to sell, then it doesn't matter how good of a salesman you are. Management can't, you know, do the representation that proves the higher ups to their value if there is nothing to sell. So that's just one of those things, how I feel. The math ain't mathing up. Not the decision part. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, of course, you know, but like on the choices thing, you know, I am oversimplifying it for the case of, you know, drama and humor. 100%. I know what I'm doing there. I'm not quite that detached yet from reality. But I still think there are certain structures that are simpler, because many. Again, this is one of those things, like, you know, growing up on a farm. It's, you know, it's just a farm, but it's still a business. It's a, you know, a business being run, and, you know, and being working in businesses and so on. I've seen many decision processes that create more problems than they solve, because when you're trying to solve a short-term problem, you create a long-term problem. Again, refer to someone, you know, to a close person's, like, own personal troubles at work. Such simple things that when they used to have like one program that can handle many things, well, then things got slightly more complicated, and every time things got more complicated, they added more tools to the team. This, of course, oh well, here's a new tool. But now they have like 10 separate tools that all overlap each other a little bit, so the problem keeps on becoming more inefficient. And that's the kind of like decision making that where, you know, in striving to solve a short-term problem, you create a more of a long-term problem, which then creates a more expensive problem, and so on. I mean, that's okay. That's just bad leadership per se, but still, I mean, that's this kind of like decision making that can lead to, then, okay, now we need more managers to handle this team or that thing, because no one wants to really do the work of like just sitting there doing and to figuring it all out. I don't really honestly, I don't know why they do what they do. That's crazy shit keeps on happening. And wealth has been moving up in my country since 1980. What percent have more than the rest of us now? Not sustainable. And I realize not quite the same problem we're discussing. It is pretty much. It is at the core of it, because the problem is, like I said, that's why I also want to bring about, politicians. It happens in every real structure where people get to choose their own wages, and determine their own wages. Because why wouldn't you want to get all you can out from a system? So it's understandable. It's just, like you said, not sustainable. It's not efficient. It's one of those things, I guess, where I like these kind of games. I like thinking about efficiency, and I like being intentionally maybe inefficient for coolness sake and so on. But being intentionally inefficient in a way that causes just more trouble, which is what the whole wealth discrepancy is causing, it just irks me, because it feels like it should be a simple solution of just get your head out of your ass. Don't maximize for short-term profit. All you have to do is think about it like a family business owner. Like this, you have to make a solution that'll work for the next century, and that'll maximize profit for the maximum amount of people. Then surely you'd come to better solutions. But the kind of people who think that way usually are the ones who then succeed in the politics of management, or the management of politics. Because to really succeed there, well, you have to be kind of selfish and willing to cut some deals. And so saying, I actually get insight of management when starting to work with a agentic AI. It shows you how decisions are made and how people or AI carries them out. Still, most management can be eliminated as they provide just a little productivity value. Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. Yeah, the management structures, it's like, yeah, the AI thing, it makes sense there. Because you realize, well, there's so you end up with multiple nodes that do only a little bit. And then, because humans are humans, because we're pack animals, so a lot of that management adventure also ends up dealing with stuff like, dealing with politics. So then, oh no, we can't fire that guy because he's my friend. We go golfing and so on. And then now we have to find some work for Bob, and now we have to make sure this, senior deputy management consultant assistant job doesn't go away or something. And of course people get corrupted like that, because that's human nature. Like I said, we are pack animals. We look out for each other. It's one of the good things about wonderful things about humanity, is how much we have the capability and empathy to care and so on. But our scope is always small. And people and human beings will always end up favoring those closer to them. And that's also one of the reasons why I don't like the very concept of positions of trust. In Finnish we call luottamusasema, or luottamustehtävä, which usually has to do with politics and so on, or working for the state or the city or whatever. And I think the age of trust is over. Because the age of trust in business and politics and making these positions of trust is just outdated and dangerous, in my opinion. Because I understand why they exist. Someone needs to make the call, and it takes a while to get there and all that. Things aren't always that easy to do. Information doesn't flow instantly, except nowadays it does. It's similar to party politics. Party politics were absolute necessity, pre-internet, pretty much. Pre-instant communication. You needed a party politics because no people couldn't you needed a small group of people who would communicate with each other very quickly to figure out what's going on and what do we do and how do we politics. You don't need that anymore. Technology has literally solved that issue. And that's why I think, and I guess that's also my exposure to the IT thing and the very way of thinking. Zero, trust but verify. Zero trust, And especially in any and all positions of power, so on, I think the only acceptable amount of trust is done 0. Absolutely none. Because we're not designing a system where we can, could, should considering people trustworthy. It doesn't matter how trustworthy someone is. Absolutely irrelevant. The system must be able to be designed in a way that no matter who it is, how corrupt or uncorrupt or capable or incapable, it'll still run. And that's why, positions of trust are just atrocious. And the problem is that we build our society based on parasitic behavior rather than literally any other. It's not even predatory, but purely parasitic. We no longer strive for having more, but for others to have less. I don't know. I don't know if I can agree with that statement. Some, yes. Some are vindictive shits. 100%, yes. But we call that a true, like a societal grade issue. I don't know. Hey there, sorry, Pleb Snacks on the YouTube side. Are we doing well? I think it's more like... It's not even like parasitic behavior per se. It's more like... There's a thing I don't think people are like considering enough, in my opinion, or discussing. And that is like the amount of non-human interests that affect human life right now. There's massive amounts. There's like absolute non-human, like non-corporeal alien entities living among us, dictating how we live and controlling our politics. And what do we call these things? Well, we call them groups of people, companies, organized religion, all of that noise. Because, well, I mean, like, just look at, like, the very concept of, like, emergent behavior, like Project Zomboid, like the Boids and so on. So from emergent behavior and so on, and we can then deduce that large group of people doing like simple things end up doing a lot of complex things. Like complexity arises from simpler things. Because like a large company will make decisions based on the company's needs, even though they're extremely anti-human decisions, and not a single human being in that chain of decision, pretty much, most likely was an actively bad person. They're not hostile against humanity. They don't actually want to, drive the poor and weak out of their homes and steal their drinking water. But, Nestle happens. And that's because everyone, like I keep on also like previously saying, that the management is not stupid people. These aren't bad people. It's just it's a structural problem, and one of the structural issues is hyper specialization. Everyone's professional managers. Everyone's playing their own game. I gotta do my job just right, and there's no one really at the helm who's like has the holistic view of everything, like calling the shots. Because someone might try to do that, but then politics means like someone else will try to undo that, and then you go like, hey, but shareholders demand this, and then suddenly whoever was a sort of strong man or strong woman, strong person is kind of ousted from a position of power where they would actually be responsible for like a holistic view of things. And I think this is just a structural thing that just happened, and we should be more aware of it to sort of combat the effects of it. Because there's a lot of political and large-scale choices that are extremely anti-human, being driven every day from so many points, from social media and so on. Because there's like these purely like mimetic entities already happening, because like entire movements driving people to do this, to vote this way, vote that way, consume that way, judge those people because they thought poorly or something, and it's all based. And there's no one really at the helm of these things, right? There's no real, like, the Pope of Movement X who is, like, at the charge. It just arises from people. And it's purely... And it has its own interests, and none of those are human interests. And if we think of it as an entity, like a life form kind of thing, then, of course, it would want to, procreate, spread to as many people as possible, and just make sure, it's stay alive. It doesn't really eat because it doesn't have a physical body. So yeah, the thoughts keep on spreading. I feel like it's a sort of thing. I think we all lost this battle. This world no longer belongs to us. I mean, it never did. It never belonged to us. We are just one part in the chain of. I mean, the tribes of human has always existed, and the tribe should go before the individual. I think rampant individualism is used as a violent weapon against, as a non-human sort of, not non-human, but again like an anti-human sort of thought form in that way. Yeah, this one's full of trigons. The ingots are gone because you got no Sam. Your Sam is coming through here. So we'll just add the drone port there, or it to sort of logically no, but then I guess we could add the drone ports here. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing also, because, you know, this isn't like doom and gloom. It's more like these are things that have always existed. It's like, because I don't like the whole individualism movement. I don't believe in the value of the human ego. I think your identity is pointless. Actually, it's sort of anathema to a lot of what I believe in, but that's also because I grew up with a lot of Buddhist influence, and from that I've always then agreed with the whole egolessness and the value of striving for that. And I think, personally, I will think and feel strongly. Sorry. That using, like, well, how would I even put this? Sorry, again, the whole trilingualism issue. Focusing on the. Well, focusing on the individual is one of the big problems we got going on right now. Like, generally societally, as on a large scale, because the use of individual ego value is none, really. We're all pointless. And that's okay. That's more nihilism. It's not nice. It's more like your value doesn't come from the whole need to be special. You are special already, kind of thing. And once you let go of everything you are, you'll notice that you're still there. And well, that's its own entire giant topic of, what does it mean to exist, and how are we have like, you're not like one monolithic identity. You are like just countless of them, many of them being born and destroyed every day. The whole monolithic identity concept is one that just irks me deeply. What else? You cannot surrender the group entirely, or to lose a lot. Art, for example. Oh yeah, I'm not saying like to surrender the group. No. Art comes from the individual as you are. It's more like the whole like find your true self identity kind of thing, or like, oh no, like I am actually defined by this, or I am defined by that. Like, no, you're defined by an endless amount of things. That's why no single you exists, because you are, none of those are you. All of those are just mere aspects of you. You are far greater than you think, and the whole chasing a sort of individual identity kind of thing is just instead a sort of like anti-you notion instead, because it tries to put all of the complexity that is a human sort of ever-evolving thing into a box. And of course that's easier, because you look at these people who fit this criteria. Well, there's a group. I want there's an in-group. I want to be a part of this in-group, which is a completely human human reaction is absolutely normal and totally okay. And again, nothing wrong with this. But we have to be aware of ourselves and aware of when we're being manipulated, and we are always being manipulated in one way or other. Not even like we're like directly potentially by like malevolent actors, but by just also then the other like just informational constructs themselves, I'd argue. Because we come here to the whole like meme philosophy of the original meaning of the word, with memes referring to genes, like informational genetics, if you will, which I find very fascinating. And in that way, you know, if there are selfish genes, surely there must be then selfish memes. And part of these would be, wait, what are we calling this place? Theory Mist. And the selfish memes is concept here, like also like selfish genes is sort of what I mean by these like non-human entities. And you are, you know, a large, beautiful, complex creature, and in being all of this, god damn ADHD. It's, you know, I'm many things, right? I'm a son. I'm a friend. I'm an acquaintance. I'm a stranger on the internet. I am a lover. I'm an ex. For every person I've known, I am a different person. Both from their point of view and from mine, because I only exist as a sort of narrative entity, only when I am in reference in reference to someone else. We're relativistic entities in that way. No. You know, what am I in a void? Well, I'm all of these things and none of these things. Who am I to myself? Very different from who am I, to no one. I am all of these things. None of these things define me. And that is one of the things that I find is an issue with the whole individualism thinking, because it's like, no, your true self is this one single definition above all others. Only this and nothing else. Everything else is lies and bullshit. And you should, I don't know, freaking stone them or something. That's what it sounds like nowadays. How do you even get here? Seeing modern ideas of identity of boxification of human is interesting idea as an idea I can get behind. I mean, it is. It is like, cause it's nothing new. It's not a modern idea. It's just the newest flavor of an ancient concept. And because it's also human nature to do it. That's why that's one of the like core philosophical concepts behind the Buddhist no self kind of thinking. Is sort of realize like, hey, human beings are very good at creating large scale structures, and we, like human beings in a group, create larger things. But these can then become self-detrimental and self-feeding, sort of like negative feedback loops. And that's why you have to be aware of where is my identity being boxified? Where am I boxifying myself? Because that's the thing, no one can truly boxify you, but they can convince you to boxify yourself. Because it's all in the environmentals, the informational space of reality and so on. Oh, and Sorg Snack asking, how was dinner yesterday? Very tasty. Today I'll be then enjoying some more delicious burritos, but leftover style. But yeah, that's one of the like, I don't know, things that keep on driving me, or like, the thoughts here. I'm trying to remember like how I got here. I feel like, yeah, that's why, from these groups of people and humans being humans, I feel like there's a lot of these groups that are just not being talked about. And that's why the whole like non-human boxification from information and the entities should be discussed more. Because, weird shit happens when you have a whole bunch of like groups just doing emergent behavior, and there's certain like interest groups who are making use of that for their own purposes. And I doubt they're like being intentionally sort of anti-human with it, but that's just how it is, how it ends up being. And how the sand flows and the machines start going on again. Yeah. So yeah, I feel like the modern identity concepts are problematic in my opinion. Very much for that reason. Because it is, anti-human. Okay, so these guys are doing their best, and they're producing all the trigons, bigons they can. Giga chemists, I'm gonna dismantle human society by force. Everybody will find their broader self and die in the flames. Violent Buddhism, aggressive pacifism. That's the only way. They will learn our peaceful ways through violence. And so how would one then, if you feel like I'm hitting on a point here, how wouldn't one help, fight the system? Well, that's simple. In the end, be aware. Just see what's happening. See it and try to be the best you can be. It's all passively existing within and like going with the flow that allows for these things to keep on existing. But being aware of some of the nonsense in the world will help you a lot already. And will make, the nonsense about have a more difficult time of, like continuing their nonsense. Not about the old grand giant brave revolution. The true revolution must come from inside, be inside you. Because the most effective way to change and to inspire change is, well, Mahatma Gandhi said it well, be the change you want to see. Lead by example. Because as soon as you try to force people, that means, okay, now you need like tools to force people to do the right thing or else. Well, congratulations. Now you were just reinventing good old tyranny. And that's always gone so well. Yeah. Tyrannically forcing the world doesn't go well. It'll help you to get depressed or insane from helplessness. Is that a word? Yeah, I get what you're saying, absolutely. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, then that's why you don't think of the whole thing as being a project problem that needs to be fixed, sort of, on that kind of scale. Okay, now why did I come here? I came here because in order to make more singularity things, we need more nuclear pasta. To make the nuclear pasta, we need more conversion cubes. Make conversion cubes, but we got those fused frames. Alright, so that's all getting backed up in like the best way. Now we've got the plastic and rubber here, then we can bring in Caterium and we can do the whole process for the RCU. Oh, we just need the quartz, I guess. But well, you got some right there. Maybe we'll find a new quartz node for this, though. Impure Sam. And how's the doggos doing? They're doing okay. The old man is hanging out. He's becoming just skinnier and bonier. We try to feed him extra now, but he's still just old now. He can't walk quite as much. His legs are stiff. His tail doesn't wag quite as high as he used to. He tries for a little while, but eventually it just sags down because he's old and he's tired and his joints are in pain most likely. When I take him to the vet next week, see if we can get him some pain medication. Try to make his final days as comfortable as possible. I'm worried this will most likely be his last summer with us, but I'm hoping we'll get another one. And little Zelda is just angry as ever. Filled with just endless love and hate, that one. Now, who are you and why do you keep on returning empty? I think I've seen you before. Or are you just passing by? If you're passing by... Now you're coming in. Interesting. So the aluminum one, the first one brings in bauxite because we need a tiny bit of bauxite for the battery production. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. It's not, yeah, but also, yeah, back to the whole, also with the societal, existential horrors I was speaking of, and the whole helplessness of it all. And that's one of the main points, though. You're not helpless. You never were. That is what the sort of entity, well, that is what this human society, and of course, partly darkly, us ourselves want to think. But no. You're not helpless at all. You in fact have insane amounts of power. Because no belief system can exist if no one believes in it. So for the existential horrors and dreads of the world, because, think about all the manipulative politicians and all the other horrors and tragedies going on. They can only make it work as long as you don't fight back. As long as you don't think for yourself. And with that's what I always want to emphasize. I have my point of view. If you agree, we can agree. If we disagree, that's fine. And you shouldn't agree with me just because I'm without thought. Without thinking it through. That's why I want to emphasize, never trust me, never trust anyone. Only trust yourself. I mean, trust those you yourself have vetted and think, this one is worthy. I think I'll trust him. And for this, and even then, the correct amount of trust is the whole trust but verify, so kind of none. Why am I even here? I just jumped around. I was so confused. Hey there, Crasher Hole. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, because you're the one with the power. You can do whatever the heck you want.
Looking a little dry there.
Ah, that's a good point. I am feeling a little parched.
Streamer man.
How did you... No, I was tripping. There we go, cracking the Mac a bit. Thank you. So I bought some more beer and cider, says Sork, Blippin' Snacks. That sounds tasty. I have one beer in the fridge. I might go get it in a bit when I need to go to take the doggos out to the backyard. Okay, we got some pressure conversion cubes to make those. Yes, we need the fused modular frames and some radio control units, and pretty sure I just saw some RCUs. There. Yes, we need a factory to make more of these. I feel like they're also used by a surprisingly large amount of things. But so far, we've got the power shard factory running pretty perfectly. We have a large reanimated SAM exporter there. A lower scale reanimated SAM exporter there. You have a beautiful and lovely little slug merry-go-round. Look at him go. Happy as can be. Wonderful. But yeah, I was saying something. Yeah. I'm home with the dogs alone today. Oh no, he's queuing, but he'll be queuing forever because that's a priority mergers. The ones on the left have priority. What? One of them got in. I don't think there's any other sort of gaps in there, though. At least one of them got in. Alright. That's what looks like here. Radio control systems we can make using this system or that system or this one, and this is the one I think we're gonna. Oh, that's the old one. Aluminum and rubber, and these. And straight to this one, or. This one will give us most per minute, and we need them to make turbo motors and pressure conversion cubes. Pressure conversion cubes, they use a nuclear pasta, which we need for the singularity cores and other things. Well, we need those and for other things. This one is relatively easy to make, it's just annoying. We gotta I should unlock the high-end blueprint machine. And these are used to make these, so these are being produced. We need these produced somewhere else. We have a large amount of these. We can always steal some, but we need for the actual production, we're gonna want a more dedicated factory. Alright then. Because these are then used for the ballistic warp drive. Those are being made, these are being made, these, we have the big old factory, it needs a motor factory. And this guy is, well, we got the dark crystals also being made already. These are turning those 1 to 1. They're relatively easy to make, actually, those singularity cells, once we just have the whole nuclear pasta. Nuclear pasta is the only sort of quote-unquote difficult part here. Then we can use those to just make more of these. They go 1 to 10. So one machine makes 10 of those a minute. mean, one machine actually feeds into 2 of these. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's why we want a proper dedicated machine that goes, makes the nuclear pasta and these. But if we're considering it that way, and that means we kind of want to think about how many do we want. So if we do 20 of these, we could do then feed into 4 of these machines. I was thinking I want maybe some for the whole crazy teleporter machines, but you know what, we can probably feed, I want to build 1 or 2 of those for the hell of it, and then we can just feed singularity cells into them by hand, I guess. So I don't think, because I only need them when I use them, I think. And like I said, the previous machine is going to make 10,000 or something of those, so that'll be fine. Also means we could steal a bunch of them for the ballistic warp drive, but you know, we'll look into it. Thermal propulsion rocket is what the manufacturer is making. And we have a bunch of these in the chest already. Well, you stinker! Defensive walls are snapping to each other in the new patch. There's no mention of this in the patch notes. I mean, well, I'll take the win. That is amazing. Thank you, Pal World. I do love it that it is I still love the fact it is such a janky game. It is like this merry-go-round, or like some, no, not merry-go-round, but like some like amusement park ride that is rickety, and it looks kind of shitty, but it's just fun as heck, you know? Because it is so broken in so many ways, that game, but it's still just, but it runs, but like the player experience flows well. The writing is just dumb in the best of ways. It is just, it's like I keep on saying, not a serious game, except if you care about like technical things, then it's it's super interesting sort of study in game design, and just in like how they won, where the AAA studios keep on failing. They did how I want my like open world multiplayer, monster catching, gear maxing, you know, hunting, crafting, base building, all of it game. And they did it. And it's amazing. It is so stupid. I love it. And it just has good flow, excellent quality of life features, and thankfully, and some things are just so wrong, like how defensive walls were not snapping to each other. So that's very nice. Now we only need 200 of these, so if I make a machine that makes 4 per minute, that'll be done in 50 minutes, so like an hour once we get that machine done properly. And then we sync everything. So the thermal propulsion rocket, I think we have more than enough actually in storage. Let's have a look-see. What do we got? Oh, and there's no point in sending them all the way over there. Ah, the art installation. The beauty of nature. These nuts. Anyway. This one is full of a large amount of these. I think we have more than 200. Just saying. So we can complete phase 5. We have a whole bunch of those, and this one has nothing. Right, because we never did make an actual proper factory for the ACU. Okay, that's fine. Then we'll have to just take that into account unless we build a giant factory for those. This one is a stator export from Spaghetti Central, which is named the wrong way around, but it's fine. Mod engine exporter. Honestly, you know what? How about we'll continue calling you Spaghetti Central. That one's fine. Here, have a battery. Because this one is exporting the modular endings and was importing the final products. Nice, so you're here. Oh, it is actually the same floor here in it. Yes. Yes. You are such a smart splitter. Yes, you are. Is it right? Also any. And we bring you up, and then we pull you down. No, 3. You're already maxed out. You're already maxed out. How's the weather of the pond, Danu? Well, it's actually quite nice. But apparently it's gonna get hot again today, which is less than amazing for me. Alright, so the motor exports will be happening now 12.5.
Hello there.
Well, hello there, Black Mind. Hope you're doing well. This has been producing 25 motors a minute. And these are consuming less. We don't need to ramp up these productions, but I did realize that we can do some funny business, because all of this is then based on a small amount of imports, which can all also be ramped up relatively easily. See, we ramped up everything here. So if I do, I don't know, give you full power. Oh right, we can make wire out of Caterium. Gonna rain in the evening though. Ooh. Well, I'm okay with some rain because it usually calms down the, you know, deals with the whole dust issue and cools down the weather a little bit. No, some warm is nice, but it easily gets too hot. I'm gonna like just ramp up everything here. Screw the math. We built this thing. Be nice and balanced here. We have all the percentage clocked. Nah, just 250. 250 everything. Faster export belts, import belts. High speed everything. We have nuclear power. We can make many crazy thingies. Oh, and also while we do this, I should have done other things. No well. And for these, we don't care. Now, you are then, sorry, very slowly getting that up. Look at all ports, look for MOT, Factory North motor import, destination is this port. There. So that's that dealt with. Now we don't need to build a separate motor factory. We'll just steal it from here, because this thing has enough shit backed up to, no. Worry a doctor, I guess. And then this thing can export. Other side can import. And then that'll all be A-okay. $23,000 steps yesterday. Ooh, congratulations. Well done. That shit can actually be very difficult, so yeah, well done, friend. Very well done. Do some uploads on those things. Yeah. Pockets are all the way full of those. Oh, pockets are full of supercomputers. Super pooper computer snooper. Spooper. Get down. Alright, look at all those sweet nuclear pastas. There. And Yeah, these guys were just combined with like AI stakes for one. All right. Average about 9k and 9k steps a day. Ooh. Well, then that is actually, yeah, that's even better. Congratulations, man. Well done. Well done. It ain't easy like changing habits like that. There. Because you can keep on making these. There. Yeah. And you see, and that's how you ignore having to make a proper nuclear pasta machine. You just have one and you just let it run while you do other things. Because in the end we'll need so little of them. The ammo stuff is mostly dealt with. I think I have like the gunpowder made somewhere. We should probably just be uploading that, right? We are. Now, if you make not the homing ammo, but just rifle ammo, all you need is copper sheets and smokeless powders. Sure, you can hang on to those. Here when we do 5 of these, and we do 5 of those. You make 150 per minute, and you consume 100 per minute, so yeah, that'll balance out. Especially if we do that. Well, 125. Close enough. Okay, the power does go down. Okay, cool. Now you, my friend, wanted those alien power shard things. What do we need to make those? Have you sweetened the fixitium fuel rod for a nuclear? Yes, I did, Sakira. The entire nuclear flow is done. All of it, all the way to the end. But now we just need shards and animated slams. Well, we got all of those now, don't we? Oh, need one more. We did it! Alien power matrix. So that looks very obviously like a wood lathe to me.
Alien power matrix recipe unlocked. These disposable synthetic mimic artifacts increase power augmenter output by further stabilizing the Summersloop's connection to its energy harvesting location.
You grow shrines and engrave silent organs incompatible with the tapestry.
It is a beginning, far from an ending, a step in between.
Harmony.
Now we need 23 of these Mercy Spheres for the final one. And Scorp with some snacks. Putting on the vanilla cottage cheese. I don't like. There are some of those foods, aren't there? Where you know, you first hear about it, you're like, and then you think about it, and you're like, no, wait, I can see that. I can totally see that. No, there's so many tasty vanilla-like milk products. And salt, cheese is usually very salty, cottage cheese as well. But then, you know, salty and vanilla also not a bad combination in many things. And the texture. Is that like a pre-made like product? I gotta see if I can find that in the stores. No. We live in different countries, but close enough to each other. So usually there's overlap. And most of the cable I've ever used has come from this one and wire and you know, copper sheet. You see, that is why you make your first sort of quick part out bullshit factory that just makes all your necessary components for building stuff. And you don't worry about it too much. Because if I would have built a like very, very fancy starter, I mean, of course I could have. That would have been maybe smarter, in a way. Then like dedicated small factories that all they do is make ingredients to put inside their dimensional pockets. Would have been fine. And I guess I still have to, like, you know, once we win the game, or like once we have everything set up, we had all the phase 5 parts being sent in the machine, then we have to of course save up for the golden nut. So while we wait for the golden nut to happen, maybe we then will rebuild that, or actually properly build the everything factory we've been meaning to. A little spaghetti starter base. Yeah. How everyone starts. As you can see, I had the foundation. There have been like right angles. So I've been trying to like not make it like not too spaghetti, but then eventually it all degenerates back into the magical world of spaghetti. You need the fabrics. So this was one of those things I wanted to make, like, not a factory cart, a fabric. A machine that makes the like filters. But the throughput on those is just so small. Now, except for these, of course, because I turned like a very large amount of them into iodine infused filters, and now I have to carry them around. I mean, have to. Just like, you know, I have this reanimated, every reanimated SAM I've used for my construction all come from this one single machine, making 10 per minute. Being fed by the bullshit machine and a truck. Bring in the reanimated SAM all the way from over there. In the beginning, I threw them by hand into a container. You see, now it's coming in here, so we put the reanimated SAM into here. Oh yeah, in the beginning, I just ran over there, picked up the raw ore, brought it back, put it in a container. And then, you know, there was a container into a factory, then he would let into this one kind of thing. So you can get very far by having like small scale production when you're building. The things you really need a larger amount of is sometimes iron plates, but even then, I never really needed to come here that much to like grab stuff from this one tiny container. Concrete's the one I go through a lot, but that's just because of the way I build things. And did you know that you can change the color of the light on the floodlight towers? Yes, Zorix, I did. I realized that once after I built one, and I looked at it with E, and then I saw, oh, there's buttons for changing the colors. Just like, I do believe, street lights as well. See, night mode on. There's no need for you to be on during the day, friendo. Alright, now then. Alien Power Matrix. That is very obviously just a high-tech version of a wood lathe. You see, this is where you grab it. Right there. And then you push it in that direction. Hyväl. Then you lathe. If you need 1,000 every few hours, it's okay to make just 1 or 2 per minute. Well, exactly, Sankir, and that's why you have like the buffer, you know, the large containers. Because sometimes you need large scale things for growing, for building, and it's good to have like just somewhere to grab them from. Okay. So making those synthetic power shards. A quantum encoder can make... I think we're producing 15 a minute, so we could apparently turn those into these. We're bringing in reanimated SAM. Make the SAM fluctuator. We need steel pipes and wire. Wire we can make from the Caterium we need for the other projects as well. The SAM is already coming in by drone. We can tap into that. We're not really making the superposition oscillators anywhere right now. We could start making them there. Because a lot of the... Because this one and this one, but actually, they all have the dark matter residue as an output. So we could see if we could feed all of that back to the beginning where we make the dark matter crystals that we need for the power shards and the superposition oscillators, and that is save on the converters that are burning through SAM. For now though, we have a couple of these. Kind of want to see just what they did exactly. So, bullshit factory, go! Let's build one. Quantum encode her. Oh, it's too uneven. There we go. I cheated. I turned it into a nudgeable blueprint and built it anyway. So the AI expansion server wants all those things. What about this one? This one wants time crystals and the supercomputer. Okay, so we need a proper factory for making the supercomputer. I guess we're building all of these close to freaking Manufacturing North now, because all of it has the freaking dark matter as an output, and dark matter crystal is one of the few things that actually has it as an input. So yeah, I'll change this into the alien power mech matrix. Have some shards. Have some SAMs. Have some wibbly wobblies. And it's a very exciting photonic photonic McMatters. McMattress. That's where it was. I was trying to remember what did I need to push to get the thing. Do the thing. The answer was alt. And you make some exciting photonic McMatters. McMattress. You only need 60 per minute, that's fine. Sure, let's ramp it up. Well, I just found out. Hey, yeah, it's not checking out. I mean, that's one of the things that was cool, because I don't think that was in 1.0 actually with the lights, Zoriax. So I noticed, yeah, earlier when I looked at a floodlight, and then, hey, you have these like color choices, and then the other ones, and and I also didn't notice until like, right now when I was showing it out. Like when I moused over a color, it said edit, which means I just realized Now, instead of this crazy purple, we can click on Edit, load a preset, and then it's like permanent. We can even more just color code to the cyan we're using everywhere. Burp. And then, of course, we'll need some things, including first a storage. And an industrial fluid McBuffer. So, photons in dark matter 1 to 1. We're making apparently 6.25 a minute. But give me some. I want to know what this does to you. Oh. Static power, it gives a constant 500 megawatts. Fix it FOS. Is that just nitrous? Right? Circuit boost 10%. Goes to 5 per minute. Button came out. Circuit boost goes to 30. Oh, no extra laser. Levitating magic laser now. And it spins. Blazing the shit out of those some areas sloopiest. So 10% to 30%, and one of these consumes 5 per minute, and that's an extra 17,000 megawatts. Not bad. I love these little UI designs, because these things are nowadays, I feel like, much more common, but I don't think they always were. I had a photonic mattress once. It's only good for light sleeping. I really need to get me one of those sound effects, because I like that one. Well done. Send this dark matter to Earth. Scientists are looking for it everywhere. It's very true. But the implications are pretty clear. I'm not sure there's a lot of people left on Earth at this point, you know, in the story. Or then Ada just lies, which also could be 100% possible. This one can produce now 6.25. So if I wanted 5 per minute, that is a grand total of 200%. So 2 of these will feed into one of those, and that consumes 15 shards, which is exactly what we're making right now. Okay. So if we move this thing over yonder, or we just import shit by drone or something. So I still mean to do it. I want to use concrete, these funny shapes, and angle them weirdly using beams, and try to make a large concrete hand that holds that machine there on his palm like this. And I think that could be a fun sort of artistic challenge. See if we can make that work. Hey there, Dragon Garland. And what machine is water slide? Well, it's my slug water slide. See, this guy's waiting in line. It's like in a roller coaster tycoon, you know. They'll never get in though. But there's a priority merger, and it's a priority entrance on the left. I built it. Yep. It's just random power slugs. With a high speed going down and a slower speed going up. It's a Mark III going up, Mark VI going down. Very fun. I'm glad you like it. It was first the same kind going all the way up and all the way down, because this one has a sort of proof. I made it as a proof of concept. So I was thinking if I could make a sort of double helix structure, where one spiral goes up and one spiral inside would go down, and I sort of just quickly tried if I could make this thing work. And the idea was to then use the slugs to be a sort of a decorative element in a larger structure. And then, you know, chat pointed out that, hey, no, you know what? It should be like slower up and faster down, so it has a water slide look. And like, mind blown. Like, yeah, absolutely. So it remains here as the silly little, funny little proof of concept that it is. Sure, have another set of those thingy beamies. Wham! So we need these for many other things, but now we need to then do the math. Wait a minute. Okay, we need to do the math. Like, how much dark matter does this thing need produce, and this thing produce, but how much does the power dark matter crystals that need to make these, how much do they need? We might be able to make this self-contained. And of course, in that sense, yeah, we do actually then want everything happening in the same place as make the power shards, because these are also using the dark matter crystals we're making right there. Like Tim's Slug Sanctuary. Little water slide helix is a satisfactory construction for the ages. Thank you. Infinite fun for the slugs, yeah, made us proud. I hope she is. I hope she is. I don't know, but then I mean, she is a big one for guilting you though. But the good thing is now we have our synthetic shard factory running, so that means no slugs need to be sacrificed ever again. Yeah, but this oh no. There was a quantum state slug there. Oh, see, no, now they have to wait every now and then before they're allowed to get back up. But yeah, we're gonna have to make a new one, a much grander one, and for that one we might have to go and do some very aggressive slug hunting, and then we have to do some experimenting to see, can we like automate the distribution so that they're not in like such like large clusters of color, like one like blue, purple, yellow, and so on. Because I think that would be fun if we could get. Because I'm wondering, like, if I have a merger on with 3 input belts, and they all have the same amount, will the output belt then have them like? Does it do a round robin? Or is it like first A, then B, and then C? Yeah, I say all this, and I'm thinking, well, we can experiment right now, can't we? Fine. You got me convinced, chat. Let's do it. This is absolutely not what we were supposed to do today, but hey, we're like closing in on the whole home run thing, so let's just see what happens. You need to go away. We have 3 storage containers. And I realize I probably don't have enough slugs, though. I have all kinds of other shit, though, so we can put those in there instead. And you are now out of things. Oh, you know what? You got a good point. Oh, my eyeballed math was completely wrong. I'm thinking, oh, yeah, it's half and half, right? Nope. It is 2/3, I believe, yeah? Yeah. 15, 15, 25. So that is... 3/5... Yeah, 3/5 of this. Oh well, they'll get there in the end. And then, of course, we have this large container full of this strange dark matter residue. We'll just flush it. Where does it go? We don't ask such questions. It's just gone. Don't ask questions. You're not supposed to answer. No, find out. Not all information was meant to be found. And if we look at the EM... Okay, we have to visit the Radiant Fuels nuclear facility as well. Because obviously I forgot to add an outlet that'll put these into the dimensional magical pockets. And that's the wrong shit I put there. How embarrassing. Like, whoops. As they say. Let's do this, let's do that. Those stators there. Let's try again with these. Limited AI limiters. And the most fun thing I found out not too long ago was because I never questioned the force field because it is such a force field color. But we can paint these things. Oh, that's kind of cool. But it's more see-through. I'm on speed run leaderboard. 1 out of 1 ultra kill secret exit any percent. Ooh, an ultra kill, nice. Well done, Ripacondi. That's a wild one. Maybe we can find a fun color for the slugs. The Sweden and or Ukraine colors. The black red actually looks pretty dope. This one looks, yes, kind of see-through. I guess, yeah, normally they'd be fix-it orange. I think, yeah, a darker secondary color makes them more see-through, it would seem. Indiana keep on coming back to the pink purple. It's just so violently pink and purple. Oh, but okay, that hides the slugs. No, can't be done. Nope, nope, nope. How about this weirdo? Also, nope. Yeah, that'll work. Oh yeah, and then back to whatever the experiment we were trying to do before we got distracted from my distractions by the other distractions. 936 MS run. Ooh. That sounds wild. I'm never very good at the whole speed running because I can't do like just even normal running because I keep on getting distracted. But okay, let's try a conveyor merger then. Alright, so you get one stack of these triangles, you get a stack of these encased beams, and you get a full stack of wire. So for now, we'll have you from here. Or not. Okay, so that works. They will then be mixed. So that's what we want to do with the slugs then. And using a priority merger like this to make sure it's always the exit that gets prioritized, then it'll get filled up with slugs until, you know, it's fully set up. And then you can remove that one. And then if we just go out there and hunt down even more sluggies. Sluggies of the Sluggy McFriendies. We can end up having quite the wild ride. We can have maybe you know, multiples of these, or just one really big one. We must combine it with the elevator, of course, because all these walls are like windows. So this kind of thing, but it goes on the outside of a large elevator shaft. Yeah.
Good to your eyebrow. Melting face.
Oh no. Hey there, Axel. Hope you're doing good. Nice seeing you around, friendo. Hope all is well. Hope all is well, and I will definitely see about trying to. I'm gonna feed this thing. Make it. Gosh, now I'm at the wrong buttons again. There we go. Oh, the open terminal again. Keeps on doing that. Then we go here. We check out the Sam's McFluctuators when we feed them in the machine, and these guys keep on making the alien power matrices. You know what? Actually, that's kind of a little dumb of me. I'm gonna steal these back. So we made some, but they need to be sort of continuously made in order to make any sense, right? Because the machine that they go into is this one, and this guy consumes that at 5 apiece. And right now we don't need the extra power. And I love the like Ethereum finish, making like these giant machines all golden like. Feels good, man. Alright, I'll give you a few just so we can enjoy the animation. See the arms let go. Lasering. There you are. And while it does that, the boost went from, was it 10% to 30%, so an extra 14,000 megawatts. But it'll run out pretty quickly. I love that they're not symmetric. Yeah. And I love the little shakes, you know? Alright, let's do it. Do it again. Nothing wake you up quite as much as a drink of coffee and the touch of infinity. Huh. There you go. Oof, oof. Wakes you up in the morning. And grabbed hold of the things again. Wonderful. Do not lick strange alien energized crystals. I gotta do it. Nothing's perfect. Yeah, it happens. But yeah, I think we mucked about in Spaghetti Factory and the land of crazy experimentation for a little bit for long enough. This is again placeholder for future artistic base. Let's go visit the Radiant Fields. What? I've already forgotten why I wanted to visit. Oh yes, the electromagnetic control rods. Because we are technically making a surplus of 1 per minute. And it's been running for a while, so everything should be sort of saturated. And I do believe we even have a storage unit there. So we need to link up one of those into the multidimensional pocket things. Ah, there was heat on the right. My beautiful nuclear power facilities. The radiant fields. All of them are running. Wonderful. Delightful. Coffee. I know, man. Coffee is wonderful. And I've run out of coffee and tea. Run into the... See. Water pumps. All of them are active. Wonderful. I think... Yeah, look at those. That's a whole lot of EM control rods. And your inputs are... Yeah, you're all doing good, actually. Now, there's 4 of them. So let's do a quick fix here. Similar to what we did at the diamond factory. You see, we connect these two. Realize we messed up. Try again. Oh yeah, because it's off by a half step, not a full step. There we go. And then you connect to there. So that way, this one evenly goes like 50% that way, 50% that way, because these, as you can see, have like a full stack on them already, whereas these had 2. And here we can... Oh, you're low on quick wire of all things. Do a couple of those and you'll just evenly distribute. Now, how can you be low on quick wire? We should be making insane amounts of quick wire. Does that mean the Caterium imports are... No, they're good. Well, if nothing else, I guess we'll just put in some alien power shards here and just ramp this one up to 250%. And that'll be good. But everything was still working okay. You're joining later today? I'm gonna try. Depends on how, timing goes and so on. And you hold the direction at the Y junction. Yes, because you see the little boom, 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 like light things. If I press E, it chooses. So it has it seems to default choose the left one at the Y junctions, and then if you press E, it'll switch to the right one. Similarly, at the sort of mini junction here, if you don't choose, you go straight. And I have to remember to, when exiting, always to click E to exit, because otherwise the junction would... that I say that and I realized, yeah, I'm using the wrong junction there. Oh well. Not to redo that blueprint. Let's see. So we have our nuclear power plants burning through our nuclear uranium fuel rods. It has insane amounts. As you see, because the entire input sort of is clogged. Because everything was kind of backed up for a while. But the waste is then being collected, being sent here. Half of it is sent straight to the particle accelerator. The other half returned into non-fissile uranium. Waiting for the waste to arrive. Plutonium pellets. Then we add concrete to the plutonium pellets here to make encased plutonium cells. I was backing up a little bit. Then they get... they've all been dealt with. Then they get sent upstairs. Here? I don't remember the junctions at all. And what if they were added? Yeah, they are. There must be a new addition because they were not there last time I played. And here we make our plutonium fuel rods. With everything is running as should. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that's why all the previous stuff had run out, because I put in the power shards here. I'm gonna move. Wait. That is true. Well, I'll leave them there for now. And also then shard these guys up for a little bit. Because we actually need... Our ratio is actually not perfect. You see, we should have twice as many uranium power plants. And then the plutonium is 50% of that. See, these guys are like, yeah, they're just hanging out. They don't even, they're running out of fuel. Because I got too many of these. Yeah, the idea was to put in the freaking summer sloops in those two. And then the uranium waste is sent here, where these machines turn into fixonium. We import the SAMs, the EM control rods. See, this one is full of the nuclear pasta. Goes in here, turns them into singularity cells. Definitely leaving those here though, so we can make just ridiculous amounts of them. Oh yeah, because I'm making 20 at a time, so can't fit into the stack. This guy's full of them. They get sent here to be turned into fixonium. So one cell makes 10 fixonium. Wait. Yeah, one cell makes 1 fixonium. And one nuclear pasta makes currently 20 cells. And we had like more than 500. Meaning that'd be 5,000. Yeah, more than 10,000 singularity cells in theory from this one container alone. And the fixonium, which is... Oh, cool, they're actually animated. Neat. Looks obviously like an IKEA lamp. Very cool. I had no idea those were animated. Then the fixonium and the fixed site trigons, which are made here by this row of things. Now these guys are idle because the fixed site ingot exports became sort of inefficient, I believe, yeah. There. This guy may just excited photonic matter. There we go. So now we got the trigons and things. Trigons, before they're bygons, make fixonium fuel rods and dark matter residue. And then the fuel rods are sent to these two. All of these have been sharded all the way up. And they go through quite a lot of these, but then there's 0 waste output. And that is how we get all that beautiful extra power. Is Zelda working with nuclear fission nowadays? Could be. Alright, so, but we don't have any more sloops on us, I think. Which is mildly confusing, because I'm pretty sure we had more of them. And I'm trying to remember where I put them. There shouldn't be any here. This is where I make the encased uranium from the uranium, the concrete, and the acid. All of that remains a closed loop. I'm not seeing any purple smoke. And these, I just happened. I just put down 3 because it felt neat, and it turns out that is the perfect amount for the entire system. 120 units of sulfuric acid is needed here. They need slightly more, but their output is a little. leaving us exactly 30, which is exactly what you need for one of these. So, okay, for the perfect loop, I would want to double all of this, so we can have twice as many the uranium power plants, the uranium waste. Because right now we have the same amount of uranium and plutonium, so it's twice the uranium into plutonium, then plutonium also then halves, I guess. And that's what I was thinking. If we put summer sloops there, then we can get twice the plutonium fuel for the same amount of everything. So we need, what, 8 summer sloops. When the first Zelda came out, there was a TV ad which featured a guy yelling the name of the monsters, then calling for Zelda over and over. It was so weird that it stuck with me forever. Octoroks, Zelda, Beavers, Zelda. I had no idea what it was selling. Yeah. You gotta love some of those ads. Many of them make no heckin' sense. At least without like cultural context, because it's one of those things where it's okay, so it's probably referencing something, and it's. I love the 90s. There we go. So this is what I need. This is what I came here for. Putting one-dimensional depot uploader connected to the storage where we have the EM electromagnetic control rods. There. This is everything. Now you. I feel like there's something weird here. Like extra weird. Because there should be 10 of these. Okay, so how the hell did I math this? Or importantly, how did I math this so wrong? We're making 120 in it, not 1200. Jeebus, what the frick? But I'm gonna do this. So it twice, so we double that. And then we'll have an output, a theoretical output of 1200. That, so we do then a copy. And paste. Because we have very decent input. So now there would be a theoretical continuous flow of 1200 of these quick wires. What it looks like, which should be more than we are consuming both here and there. And these guys are making the stators, and the stators go here to hide from the haters. And the stators, and then these guys made the AI limiters. Plastic is fine. Machines being machining. There's one you look yellow. But no, that's all good. Excellent. So, most of the issues solved. Now we're just gonna figure out what happened to my loops. So I've been like placing them down here, there, when I think like, oh man, I just want like a little bit of extra output for a little while. Gotta remove this, by the way. We're not gonna build this here train station, so these placeholders are, well, not necessary anymore at all. They're overclocked. That for two. Yeah, it's all overclocked. Yeah, but that's not the issue here. The issue was with my math being wrong. Again, you're yellow. Okay, yes, yeah. It's the wire, yeah. Because this one has 3 of these machines, which means we'll dismantle you. All of those. Because we can make this work with a splitter here, right? We do half step, half step, half step. And there. Yeah. And now they should work more evenly. You see, this one still has 170, that one had plus 50, and this one probably had less. Okay, but that's all worked out now. Okay. And then on the other side, we have the plastic and rubber stuff, but that's all working as it should. And here we have a... Okay, right, that is true. I wanted to kind of see if we can make this work. The road connection all the way here should be okay. Yeah, see, the connections into here are actually okay. But then see, it's... probably further down here where the issue is. So I tried to send a truck here for like the hell of it. No, that's fine. There it is. Right, because we set down a station, but no actual road connection. Yes, no, a path connection. That would do it. Now that was where it was. I might see about putting it just a tiny bit further to the right. Right? Then one way is fine, the other is not, but hey, that doing it that way worked. The reanimated Sam factory is working hard, and doing their best. This guy keeps on... I think there's more than one drone coming here to pick up stuff. I'm wondering if I could make this just a little more robust in adding a proper buffer here in between. Let's see, if I add one of these here, for example, then we can have a belt goes up, goes across here, and then in there, and another one goes from here, like through the wall here. I think that could work. So you go there, take rid of you. That was too tall. There you go. Exporting these guys keep on making, and that way we'll make sure we can always then refill the thing relatively quickly. And then the second belts would go through here, using the power. You know what? Maybe it is finally time. I'm saying like I don't need it. Oh wait, but I don't actually have any coupons on me, so that's fine. Then we'll do just a wall hole directly. Wow. And you are... and Sam. Export. And for this one, we then want to dedicate where. So later... We'll finally home, Buster of T. Hey! Like to make a whole mass workplex. Sorry. 90s, now that was 86. Ooh. Oh, right, yeah, for the commercials. Well, I wasn't born in 86, I'm afraid, so... I was born in 88. Year of the Dragon. And I had my birthday in July, so my star sign is Cancer. So I'm a Cancer Dragon. That's a horrifying thing, if anything. Being Cancer Dragon goes to the... What kind of flame does it, like, blow out? Just extreme radiation? Yeah, I totally wasn't born in 86 either. No, where's Buffalo Bills? In my like D&D group, I am the young one as well, so... I always hung out with people more, less my age. Yeah, the radiation breath. Yeah, that would be it, wouldn't it? As a horrifying dragon comes, you know, just breathes at you. Like with a normal dragon, you see the flame, you like just breathe at you, but it's really warm, and it's like you're feeling a little nauseous. You're like, what the frick did you do? I gave you cancer. It's like, why? Just burn me. Just kill me honestly or something. Why would you do this? And flies off. It's like the worst thing, you know. The horrifying curse. Yeah, this all and what are we calling this place? We'll be yes. Devil's Anus. Just look at that thing. That's very obviously a strange sphincter into the otherworldly space. And we're drilling deep into there to get what we need, that strange alien matter from the Devil's Anus itself. So what are you gonna do? And yeah, you see, because I used these because I felt like it just looked neat, but it was very annoying because every time I arrive from here, it's the default is to go forward. When you press E, it'll then switch. Whereas for the Y-shaped ones, it defaults to the left, and if you want to go to the right, you switch. And that means that this is very stupid because I should have had that all the time. Because then, you know, you blast it. No, wait. But then you would always... When I launch in, I'll also have to, like, then remember to push the button. So... it'll work. You see, because this one... them fields of rubbery goodness. And the plastics. And all of it being just sunk. A slug. Get in my pants, Sluggy. Like any slugs in my pants? Give me a feeling of power. Alright, that's enough of these. Let's change cassette. The absolute. Fix it. That looks like a Mercer sphere. That means we have to change the tape again. To Michael. And bring out the gun. Change backpack. Take some speed. That might also just be a slug. Either way. Grabbing it. Oh, another slug. No hostilities yet. Was a slug, but yes, then they did have some protectors. Whoop. There we go. It's another round of graceful donations to the cause of the golden nuts. Ah, goddamn, don't look away from the slug. There we go. No hard drive? Any sloopies? No. No spheres? There apparently is one that way. Oh, there it is. Oh. Hello, friend. Fellow slug lover. There you go. Hope you appreciate the bullets. Took me a while to make them. Grab us a nice little wee sluggy. A little sippy. You know what we should build here? A radar station. Oh yeah, that was the heatsink factory. So if we look at under, I do believe it's under organization, we find the radar tower. Now the radar tower requires about one or a 2x2. There we go. Radar on. Whoop, which also means that now we need to add a beam. So I don't like the way those things like just stick out like that. So we'll just do that, and voila. Then we check out the map. We find all these sweet little nodies, like these impure SAMs and normal thingies. Most importantly, I can click. Oh, so 3 Mercer Sphere and 2. 143 slugs, 2 hard drives, and 3 Mercer Spheres, but no sloopies though. The old stamps can be removed. A pure node. Still a lot of oil we could tap into, but it's not that necessary right now. So within that space, still tough stuff to find. Well, I can see a heck lot of the slugs, so they're not very surprising. Okay. There we go. The neural quantum processor. We need supercomputers, fixed-site trigons, and time crystals. But we have pretty much access to like just a heck ton of those, and then we can use the output to make some. They are used primarily for the AI expansion server, which is a okay, so Manufacturing North right next to it, where we made the other things. I guess we just have to build more stuff there. Make a giant tall building. Because all of these have the outputs of the dark matter residue, which is one of the inputs to get the diamonds to make the dark matter crystals. Now, the dark matter crystals are currently using the sort of SAM-derived dark matter residue, but we might as well make use of all of these, because if I remember correct, god dang ya bastard, come on, let me click it. So recipe, dark matter residue. So many producers who makes use of you in the production of Fixonium. But that thing is almost fully enclosed already. I guess if we made like these on site. Nah. So then it is, yeah, the dark matter crystals that are the only real way I have getting rid of dark matter residue. Guess we'd always just sink them if we don't need them. Yeah, this was one of the challenges, because everything makes dark matter residue, pretty much. And you have a very limited amount of ways to get rid of it. Now, diamonds. Yeah, well, diamonds are something we could then import, because we can make these in other places, as long as we have access to the coal and, yeah, some more quartz crystals. We need more quartz crystal quarries to add to our, connection systems. Stuff we could do here on the right, but nah, it's fine. That we need to do. So we're gonna head on out to the Nuka Quantum site, which is where we're making the time crystals and the shards right now. And then the shard production could then be also shunted partly into making the alien tool. Okay to go? Alright, it is about time for them to have a little pee break. So we'll get there and have a wee look-see. I'll set up quickly a machine and just hand feed it to make those neural thingies. Because we need those for the new blueprint machine. Nothing else. Everything else we already have. And the diamond makers are making a heck ton of diamonds. Dark crystals is dark and all crystal-like. So that means I'm going to turn you all off. I mean, at least steal steal the few shards we had there. 'Cause now everything's backed up. You know, this one's exporting those as fast as it can. These we're making crazy amounts of these. At the point we can probably just get rid of that. Those looped that one. These are all now making... These are all sharded to make more, but none of them are slooped. No, good. Double checking. Good. They're making an excess of diamonds, which means we can make even more time crystals, which would be pretty sweet. Right now, all that is getting backed up because these guys can't work. Because they can't get rid of their dark matter residue. Okay. Wait, no, let's not do that way around. Do it this way around, and then we add a... valve instead. Ooh, come on. We'll close those off for now. And then we can just try to add more later if necessary. Power shard production is doing okay. Next, if you start making stuff, then you consume the dark matter crystal, which means you start making things again. Yeah. And what all did we make directly with the wondrous dark matter crystal? It is, of course, the dark... well, directly into the ballistic warp drive, so that's going to eat a bunch. Singularity cells, which we're just not making here right now. These we're making here. Then the superposition oscillator. Consumes 30, produces 125. And one of these consumes 30, 135. Okay, so there's still room for excess. Now you all consume... oh yeah, 10 per. So these three go through one. The output of one of these. Then the other could feed then into one of those superposition oscillators. We'll need the alkyl aluminum sheets, crystal oscillators, and then here some dark matter crystals. And the excited photonic matter, they grab from here as well, also goes into a quantum encoder. And right now, man. Let them produce 5 per minute. And who makes use of these? Like you, for example, you consume 7.5, so we need 3 machines to make 15. Oh, an equal 3 to these. So quickly looks at the math here. That'd be 3x. Oh, I was not supposed to do this, but let's do it anyway. So 3x DMR 2. And the input is 15. Power shard. 15. Oscillator. And 3 times 60 dark matter residue is 180. $180, which means 61 that many dark matter residues. And to make these, well, we need the power shard, which are producing with the 3 machines are producing 180. So it's 180. That's 180. And 15 of these, so 3 of these. And these will be in 3 times 125, which will be 150 and 275. 375, sorry. Alright. We'll continue with that in just a sec. And I'm going to put this one there. There. So we can do this. This one. That one. Now you needed time crystals, supercomputers, and trigons. Time crystals. Supercomputers. Trigons. Here. Have some of these. Let's be silly about it. Let's make an excess. Launch that pipe segment. Hey there, Depot. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you. We enjoying your Dwarf Fortressing and all that. Always lovely to see you run, my friend. So let's see here. Trying to find a good spot to... enjoy the factory without it getting too loud as we change the cassette. Grab a few hundred of those. Now you're idle. We'll flush the entire pipe network. So that'll get them consuming, and then those will eventually start consuming as well. Guess we should add a fluid buffer or something in between. But yeah. Now I can enjoy this for a little bit, so I need to have a tiny little break. It's been 4 hours. I had to go refill my drinks. I let the dog out to the backyard. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. And like I said, I'll be right back. Gotta go stretch these legs. Static standing isn't that much better than sitting. I mean, it is better, I'd say, but yeah, being static is always the issue. Wow. So, I'll be right back. Then a little break. See you soon, friendos. And hello, and welcome back. Ready to ask, apparently. And how would you know what you do there? Heck in a raid. Hey there, Skoisa. Welcome in, raiders. Sorry I wasn't here. I was having a little break. Had to go let the dogs out to the backyard and take care of myself as well. Glad to be back. Couple of snacks. Hey there, Skoisa. And everyone else as well. So welcome on in, raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer, and a thoroughly hooked on all these wonderful games of automation, production, power, and progress. No. There we go, and I'd let everyone out to the backyard too. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, like, you know, I went there, did a couple of squats, enjoyed some fresh air, and then, you know, also had a little toilet break. Excite Trag Hones. Wait, what? We needed 100. We got 68. I see, so there's something wrong with the Trigon facility. You gotta go fix that. What? So I left, don't touch it. I left, don't touch it. Closer to the exit. Now I press E. There. Really good at not spilling the coffee, it's very true. Well, that would explain why there's no no imports. Okay, so Rian Sam export. There you go. So that'll fix that bit. In the meantime, we can just sort of manually feed a few of these. So they go through a lot of them. And this funny little thing makes 75 a minute. So more than one per second. For now, we'll sloop it as well. assuming 25 a minute, and these guys are producing more than. And the warble machine is warbling away. Yeah, if we only had enough Mercer spheres, we need about 32, and we keep on building more things, so... or 23. A bunch anyway. You want to look straight down? Yes. Yes, it's true. But when when you get your upgrades and you get more inventory space, Ada does mention all the way from the beginning that your personal pocket dimension. So multi-dimensional technology already exists in the game. That's why I'm pretty sure this coffee cup is in fact a very advanced piece of portal technology. They can sometimes it can detect like side movement, so you can simulate some jostling. Because the coffee is always there and it's always steaming hot. It is a pocket dimension of coffee in there that it links to, and the pocket dimension, of course, is that never tilts. It's its own gravitational space. So inside the mug, it's always facing down, but even no matter how the mug twists. The warble machine reminds me of those ancient Monty Python skit about the machine that goes bing. Yeah. And what does this machine do? It goes bing. It's very important. I mean, we have the shards and we kind of have the power, so let's just max these guys out as well. So yeah, theoretically they could make 375 times 6. So around 225 is their theoretical maximum output. Now you're getting like actually maxed out now, so now we can do that once more. We can have ongoing exports. Alright. So now we're going from depot to depot to depot. A little complex perhaps, but that should allow us to avoid what happened here previously. I think coffee prop tells you your baby's alive. That does sound like it would be the one. The machine that goes ping. Save you from infanticide, Jesus Christ. do this. So we still keep on producing now at okay speed, but they don't be quite as ludicrous. We can save on some of that power because we just don't have that much SAM import happening right now. But you're doing okay. You're doing okay. And the stockpile is growing. Alright, our fixed site production might have to grow. I think the easiest way to do that would be just another drone port, an identical one. Put your heck in. Hold the aim, friend. Hold. There we go. And then this one gets the corner three-way. All right. We'll paint you in the same colors. Can't copy your settings, I'm afraid.
I am here. Been here all day. Handling my kid's birthday, license management in M365 AAND. The fact I need to chop one of my hens today/tomorrow due to illness. Me who can't hurt a fly.
All day, handling my kid's birthday, license management M. Band. I'll chop one of my hens today. Aw, that sucks. Yeah, but that's one of the things, though, I'm afraid. Chickens are wonderful. But eventually, you know, realities of a farmer's life. So, it's that. Tragic. It's true. Booker. Ah. Guess I was overthinking it a little bit. You see, because we can do this. And that. There we go. Yeah, sometimes you have to put them down, you know, for illness or, you know, for, you know, population control of various reasons, or, you know, if you want them to have food, to be, you know, food. Oh, the kid's birthday though was a happier occasion. Fake for human nostalgia. I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be for it's part of the fake nature of it all to make the Pioneer think that they might actually still be human somehow. But it's pretty well established, in my opinion, in the game that the Pioneer is in fact artificially created. Why do you do that weird little wobble up and down? I don't get it. See, for this one, I'd rather do a curve, pretty much. Oh, we got that to be straight, though. Yeah, so now I've got two of these importing. One of them has a max incoming transfer rate of 221, so that'll be about 400 a minute. And these guys are consuming 6 times 45, 270. So that'll at least get these to work ASAP. I mean, as fast as they can. Having the extra storage is good. So I might have to do some tweaks there. And your outgoing has... well, it's outgoing. Now if your output goes to 2 is 270. And we can assume we're now getting this thing twice. Alright, so we can kind of double. Relatively safety. And I'm thinking I might want to change this. Wish we could also like affect how these things outputs are handled somehow. Would make life a little easier. Bird has an internal leak of some sort. She almost can't walk, so it's better. Oh yeah, that's the kind of things you can't really fix. I mean, like technically you could do some surgery, but you're not gonna spend thousands on an extremely expensive surgery to maybe fix an internal issue. Because it's also the whole fragility of smaller animals kind of thing. It's it's tragic. Hope it goes better, man. Alright. So now you are importing. Can I see the numbers pop in? There we go. 222. Glimpse the numbers. They can be dealt with. Excellent. Proper factory. Yeah, thank you. Now this is where we make Deuterium ingots and fixed site. And we turn some of these fixed site in trigons for personal use here as well. This one is up at 1,000. This one will then slowly up to start producing. And these working at 50% extra should work. We can do a silly little temporary thing like that. Do sort. We grab all of that from my own personal pocket dimension and send it out here to be feeding into these machines. Then there is the truck here, and that's... oh, right, there is the truck. I kind of forgot. one step higher than that. Still needs to be higher. Of course.
Morjesta tiskiin ja tiskit koneeseen.
Hei.
Ruotsalainen toimitusjohtaja.
Hey there, Ansiukki. Opening good. I like that the TTS specified ruotsalainen O. Now that is the Swedish O sound. So now we have 2 drones and a truck bringing stuff in here. Hello, me Myanmar. Hey there, Myanmar. Hey there, Kaungya Dob? Kaungya Dob. I tried. Change everyone. Very hot. It's a cool drink. Lovely. Well, the ingots are flowing wildly and freely. Did we have a... You're a splitter. So technically we would need a merger as well. If we want... There we go. Okay, now the silly thing is, that would also mean that your output goes here, use there, so you might be feeding indirectly into here, but you know what, that's fine, because this is obviously mostly A-okay. Now directly or indirectly, they will all feed into the fixed site production and straight Deuterium export. And now they're all being ramped up with our power shards. Sorry. Export hole keeps waiting. Yeah, we're gonna have to change how this thing works. With this. That. And that. Because now then, you know, half the throughput is actually put into here, making all these trigolems that we pretty much need for a lot of stuff. All of our building needs. But with this we can also then turn off, or we can steal the summer sloop back. And then we'll end up with trigons for building being properly saved right there. These two are now importing. Still remains at 222 per... Ooh, what? They haven't even all gotten consumed yet. Okay, well they bring in smaller amounts, so it's going to take a while for the truck station to be properly emptied out. But it will. And it is being fed with fuel with a very long and tricky connection. Oh yeah, we need to finish the road connection there. What I can do is build another truck. They can hit each other? Okay. That's pretty then dangerous for having that, guy there. There you go, it's sort of on the road. Sort of close enough. And now I should be able to look at your vehicle path, and I will give you Cat East Riansam import, yes. And then we find the Devil's Anus. Enable that autopilot. Route cost 60.08 per trip. And that should be, hopefully, a round trip. Because if that's one way, you're not gonna make it. Good luck, friend. Let's have a little fake coffee sippy. And we run off.
Morjesta Tyskiä, teskät koneeseen. Mitä saatipa olla?
No, you bastard. Don't build that kind of weird shit. And now we have a road connection across here. Across there. Nothing really happening here, but you know, there's a roundabout for the train, so the train can make a turn. We could connect the train tracks from here to there, but I don't think we will. And this is, of course, yes, not a product part. This is me getting distracted by building funny road Legos again. Ah. You went too far. Well, change. You're not supposed to look beneath the map. You're not supposed to know that there's nothing there. It's all dark void. It's not an island. It's not like on a land, a solid land mass, all floating. Endless water, void and horror. Existential horror beyond your wildest nightmares. It's all a game, but for whom? Are you the player or the pawn? Or a mere background character? Who knows? We, not us. No, never are. Alright. So now we have a nice train connection. I love it when I just look at this, my game starts lagging. That means it's a good build. It has many fiddly bits. As. Now this is why we set up the Ko-Fi funding goal of, you know, like, hey, yo, computer, upgrade to the computer. It's an old beast, but she keeps going. I love these ghost cars as well. Taking ghost trucks. Why am I doing this? Okay, old school way.
Have a drink on me.
Well, thank you, Azuki. I will. Cheers, friend. Jesus. Was that a teleporting truck? Or I just saw ghosts. Ooh. Wake me out mildly. Excuse me, what is that stuff in the glass? This one would be Weiss beer. Oh jeez. And this one would be coffee. So dismantled somewhere over here. Oh, there's the dismantle crate. Alright, fair enough. Yep. Yep. Gotta go fast. Swoosh. Wait, where am I even going at this point? Let's go here. Boy. Okay. I just have a beam. Good old sour milk. Good stuff, that. I quite like it. Now, whoop, then I realize my mistake. Only 77. So no mistake was made. Okay, we don't have a train station there. We do have a train connection over to where the fixed site is being made, and we'll see if all of those can handle it. But if necessary, it might be necessary to expand all of that. But an actual train station there, and the Devil's Anus, and then we add a train connection for exporting the reanimated Sam. I'm trying to run Project Zomboid with some mods. I regret buying it on GOG. Oh. Okay. It's pretty old game, and you know, but there's a pretty like wide modding scene. But why the regret? Is it because you bought it on GOG that you wish you had the Steam Workshop support? Then we'll just flush that into the antivirus. Oh, right. Okay, we wanted more of these. You know what? We should, of course, have slooped the looped on here. There you go. It bothers me so much that I would have never named that SAM node in that way. Would never even thought of it. But so obviously correctly named. I mean, because it looks, you know, it has so the soft edges, the crinkles in the middle. It's very obviously a sphincter in shape. And I was thinking, well, what's an otherworldly sphincter? It's the devil's anus. There you go. You know, with drilling into it, gotta plunge that. You know, they got like an otherworldly constipation. We're doing our best to help. And GOG has no connection with the Steam Workshop. You have to download mods manually and keep them updated. Yeah, that's what I assumed, yes, Akira. Okay, that would make sense, yeah. That's unfortunate. I think you can connect some games to Steam anyway. Steam usually, with some games, you can be pretty chill about that. I don't know if you can do that, though, with GOG. We can always try, I guess. Like add a game to Steam, and then he says like, you know, and games on your computer, because you can use Steam as a general games manager for your machine, even for games that are not downloaded from Steam. At least I used to be able to do that. I made a script do that for me, but now game just crashes. Ah, bugger. Oh, shucks. You have to live like a good old Luddite from the old days. Manage your own mods. That's the big problem. I mean, it's wonderful that we have all these tools and options and software now to help us manage all of these things. But at the same time, it feels like, I don't know, a sort of like newfound helplessness is how it's affecting a lot of people. It used to just be about that. Well, that's how you did the mods. You know, you had to manage it manually. That's just how it works. And now it's, you know, like, arr. Honestly, got any opinions on mecha malware? None. I never played the game. I've watched people play like Mecha Chameleon. It looks fun. It looks fun in the right crowd, let's put it that way. But then again, that's with all the like friend slop games, and it is very much a friend slop game, but it looks like a delightfully good fun time. Alright, I can keep on running for a while. Wait, you turn 15 of those into 2 of those. We put in like almost 1,000. Alright, we have all we need. So now I can just let this thing run for a while. Let's go unlock those Fix-It Blueprints Mark III. Context is that there was a map that, if opened, would install a rat. Oh! Well, I mean, I think the universal opinion on that should be that that's a dick move. Lol, I was like Steam to actually scan their files. Steam scans their files, yes. It's a store. People have weird ideas about Steam and Valve and all that. And it's a store. They sell things. It's up to the, and you know, they do their best to manage things for like the most obvious egregious errors. But in the end, it's up to the, you know, the producer and the customer. Then the customers complain like, hey, yo, this shit's broken. You know, this thing is doing the bad stuff. Then like any store, they're like, whoop, okay, we'll take that off the shelves then. You know. Steam can't scan everything, because then it goes into whole like localized legal issues and so on. So it's a store. They're a middleman. That's it. And they're a wonderful enabling middleman that enables so much coolness. It's not up to Steam to really make sure you don't like fuck yourself up, or like, you know, someone doesn't cheat you. They're just the middleman. You know, it's not up to your food store that, you know, someone doesn't put like bad shit in the food they sell you. Yeah, for the malicious map, someone slipped into Mecha Chameleon, though, some custom maps or something. I haven't dug through very thoroughly into that, yeah. How can a map even run any program? And a good question. As a Unix guy, an asset should never have any privileges to execute anything like GIFs shouldn't have. That is very true. That's very true, Osaki. And Sakira, I'd say yes. You're true. I mean, but it's also, it is a very quickly developed like friend slop game, and it is. Let's put it this way. I think like in many of these projects, good habits, no, good software hygiene is probably not very high on their like importance list. They make something that'll kind of work and it's fun, using any and all assets they can. And that's also the problem of always using these like pre-made tools. Like, oh, why don't you use Tool X to do the problem for you? Well, because Tool X is designed to do 500 different things. I needed to do one. But then many companies will use Tool X, put it in their software, which also then makes it, carry a lot of like redundant information, be slow and ineffective. Because it's sort of checking, do I have to do all these 500 things? Or do I just do the one thing here? No. Just use whatever service. It's not up to the food store to make sure you don't get explosive diarrhea. Too soon. Too soon. That's what the diarrhea said. Oh, I guess your pants said it. To the diarrhea. Hee. But yeah, I mean, because they do their own safety checks just like a food store. But in the end, things slip through. The like true quality control should be with the producer of the stuff you're consuming. Surely. You make the magic stick. The magics go in the sticks go in the magic stick box. You make the motors go in the motor box. And yeah, I really shouldn't feed into this loop anymore. We don't need that. If anything, we should probably just grab a bunch of these and put them in the robo exports here. You are running, right? Let's go a quick look here. The Spaghetti Central should be connected to the thing, but Spaghetti Central might not have power. Or... No, wait, no, what? Yeah, factory with motor import. Well, this state is okay. Yeah, hide those. Drone status unloading, maximum transfer rate 0 stacks per minute, fuel consumption NA. So there's something weird happening there. Okay, let's go by the last milestone. I think game is a Unity. Map probably loads the prefab with no checks, which means it can run scripts, and that allows it for anything. Or lithium game is problem. Exactly, yeah. That's what I meant by like, bad hygiene. They just go like, no, load it, just do the thing, and it goes through a machine that can run all kinds of things. So if there's stuff there that you shouldn't be running, it'll still run it because it can. It just go like, oh, I know how to do this, and good old like duck typing kind of thing is like, oh well, I know how to run this. I'll just run it for you. No point in asking any questions. We need those. We need a couple of those. More of those than I assumed. And 100 of those. Still needs 250 of the fuse buggers. And that'll just, take a wee bit. We don't have enough Mercer Spheres to do an upgrade. Or intentionally holy one. It could be an intentionally holy one, but most likely it's one of those, I'd say that very firmly falls under the umbrella of don't assume don't assume malice what can be explained through incompetence. Kind of situation. This guy can keep on making them guns. want to do. Get rid of those. Not so much concrete, that can keep on doing its best. You like the computer. And you like the plastico. As do you. You are things we do actually need every now and then. You are something I don't think I've ever sort of needed directly for building. I just threw my nobelisks in there. You maintain something. You maintain all of that. You maintain this. We got screws, we got sticks, we got motors, we got EM rods. There you go, we can work on those. We got those. Get rid of those sloops. Making sure there's no silly sloopy thingies here, eh? Good. I gotta get a few sloops there. I got 4 sloops. And we got 4 more if we grab them from the machine making the neural loops. And here we go. We got theoretically 3 sloops, which wouldn't really affect too much. And slooping a lot of the other throughput here is... I hear you. You shouldn't be, not be slooped. can't be slooped. God dang it. No sloops found there. You have some sloops. And I don't feel like you really need them anymore. And with this we have 3 more sloops. There. I think these 4 per sort of large machines, so that'll help with that whole production. And I do believe I have some animal remains, so let's jump them in here in the animal remains processing facility. That's well hidden enough that it got through steam checking. It's right up here. Ooh. Gonna have to... Ah. There. Thank you, Dragon Garland. I opened that up on a new tab as well. And we go here, we check for remains. We got Hatcher, Hog, Sand Spitter, and a couple of Stingers. Quickly shunting into the machines. Now these should remain slooped because then they make more protein and then they make more DNA capsules. And those make more poupons. I'll do some aggressive hunting at some point. I read the text and was cleverly hidden. I'm baffled script can bypass Windows permissions from within. 100%. Oh yeah, script thingies will go way past. Yeah, people have this whole idea like, oh no, surely not Windows, surely not my operating system. Like, yeah, sorry, yep, yeah, 100%. But they kind of have to. But that's also why you don't, you know, you don't use your computer as an admin, ever. You create an admin account, and you can have to link a password to it, and then your main account for using should never be your admin account. Because that way, if the malware gets in, hey, now we have admin privileges. But if your admin account is a separate one, and then you have your other, like, main using account, sure, you'll have to then, when you give permission to things, like if you give a code or something. But at least, you know, the most, like, direct angle of attack of, like, hey, malware got in, now it's gonna, like, do the crazy shit. Now it can't do the crazy shit because it doesn't have admin privileges. When it tries to do it, you know, the OS asks for a password, and then all it can do is because he doesn't know. He doesn't know it yet. I almost buggered up before I did the thing I came to do, which is buy the blueprint machine. There you go. Clap, 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 clap.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Designer Mark III
Nope.
allows for 20% increased blueprint size in all dimensions, for an overall 71.2% increase in
Okay,
volume.
fine.
Sadly,
escaped.
I doubt we will see equivalent increases in your efficiency.
Damn you, Ada. 53 people coming up in the world mustache. Hey, thank you, no hypocrisy. Hey, people, they enjoy the show. If you enjoy the show, thank you. I like it. And yes, there's a privilege escalation vulnerabilities, but still a separate unprivileged user as a default is a good practice. Yeah, exactly, yeah. There's many ways to get attacked. And, you know, no matter how clever your defense is, you know, a dedicated attacker will most likely find a way through somehow in the end. But most attacks aren't dedicated, like attacking you specifically, but people in general. And that's why having that good hygiene of separating things, making sure you are never as your base user, the admin, just makes it more likely that you won't get, you know, completely attacked and destroyed. It's a low-hanging fruit that gives very good defense. It's all boss, lol. Could be. I think it also might be that I'm playing Satisfactory, and a lot of like larger streamers were also playing Satisfactory, and they all ended their runs in the past few days. So now some people still have a hankering for the sweet satisfaction of Satisfactory. So they come here, hoping to get that fix. Hoping to get that satisfaction. Best approach to Windows, if you have to use them, is a fresh install every 2 months, but who has time for that? Very true. Hey doggos, don't go wild now. Oh, I gotta have a small break soon again, because it's approaching dinner time and they're getting crazy. Give me a quick sec. There. Now they'll have to just hang out for a wee bit longer. Oh, yes. Let's see here. So we have these things done, and I'm pretty sure we've unlocked all the milestones. So let's not worry about it. And let's go back to the Nuka Quantum site. And then have a look-see at what do we then actually need for the whole... What? One thing is what we need is, of course, the singularity drives. And, oh, I completely forgot. We have these now. A main portal enables Pioneer teleportation between two linked portals. Each portal can only have a single link. A link only be made between a main and a satellite portal. Singularity cells need to be supplied to the main portal and will be consumed to establish and maintain the portal link. Massive power draw will occur during startup and usage. And power draw and use increases with travel distance. Startup will take time, and letting the connection expire is not recommended. Okay, I want to see how... So with the satellite portal here, somewhere. Like in the middle here would be kind of neat in a way. My PC lives! Now I can die. Oh, well done, Sankira. Congratulations. And I can finally find out how did you die. That is the glory of Project Zomboid. The story of this is how you die. God damn it, doggos. There we go. But yeah. They have to wait for just a little bit longer before it's their dinner time. So. Well, still these here, so I kind of want to just see it burn through those. So we're going to do... Now these are actually being made again. So we'll just burn through the time crystals and the supercomputers. while you do your thing. Excellent. And so... let's connect the train station and these. So if we zoop this one, I want to say that could be a good sort of distance. And if we push this way, we could probably then have a second train station right next to it. Because we're going to need a lot of resources here. And just using the power of the sweet power of trains would help us out. No point in using multiple drones when a train can do the job. So this is here, then we can extend this. Yeah, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Zoop that one there. And this one sort of here, just so we can see how they kind of match up. Because we're going to have then catwalks here. Yeah, and you'll meet up here. Which means we have one intersection. One T-junction. Zoop the stairs. We cry a little bit. Because you're off by... I want to say that's a 2-meter bit. Alright, yeah, we can work with that. That means you go away. You go there. Then... we do this. Change this one into that, and then we have the ramp. So now we have a wonderful connection here to here, and that one will continue slightly more that way, where we shall find... Oh, that's right. We were actually pretty lucky that the height went correctly, because this is based on train station based on gibberish. This is based on the actual grid. Excellent. That is very excellent. Look how they don't match. Oh, wonderful. Heckin' great. One might ask, why exactly is that great? Well, let me tell you. That means we can actually follow the grid, though. So we have something that's already following the grid, and that usually makes life quite a lot easier. There you go. So we do this as a sort of placeholder for now. You see, if you go that way. This one doesn't actually need to come out this far out. This could actually go further that way. I mean, we could like remove, that's what I mean, like, you know, further that way. And then this connection would be sort of on the edge. And with that, let's loop that in there that a little bit. So I was thinking that we could then have a... Yeah. See, this one then becomes a T connection. We change that to the default. We put some stairs that go up, followed by a straight. And the beginning, we keep on building silly shit. If nothing else, we can do, well, I see. So now my current plastic production over at the RNP stations, none of those are linked to freaking dimensional pockets, are they? Oh, silly me. Oh, we'll slap down a satellite portal. There, come on.
You have finally built a portal. Perhaps now your progress won't be as slow. To ensure no further delays happen, I will give you some tips. A functional portal is two-way and requires one main and one satellite portal, each only connecting to the other. Establishing a portal connection will require input of singularity cells, vast amounts of power, and some patience. Before you continue, you could still change the placement of that one, it seems, suboptimal.
Oh, you sassy bitch. It ain't though. Not placement, my friend. Perfect. Now, where would this connect to? Well, somewhere where there are singularity cells, and there's only a single place that has them, and makes me like working on them. Toggle this away. Yeah, a few more minutes. Excellent. That is enough time for us to venture forth back to the radiant fields, and we build a connection there. Why? Because we can. And then it'll be easy from there to go check on our rubber and plastic sites and add a couple of splitters on the outputs. Teleport is going to be fun, even though I do enjoy me the wonders of the hypertube. Sweet radiant fuels. Oh, yes, and now we can put those loops on the plutonium fuel cell providers. And then we can finally let all of that be. I want to more on the place the Futurama theme when you're in the hypertube. I will admit, I gotta say, if that mode doesn't exist, I'm very surprised. Because by all the rules of the internet that I know of, that should 100% be the case, in my opinion. That is a thing that should exist. Okay. Get those shards out. Now, does it exist in the... Sorry. Bam. So now you're outputting 0.1 per minute. No. 0.5 per minute and 0.5. So 1 per minute is being outputted. We have 4 machines, which should consume 0.25 per minute. So that sort of kind of maybe fixes that then. Now we do a main portal. With a straight catwalk, zooping that way. There we go. And with a catwalk connection here, so this place is starting to look slightly more, you know, presentable. Now that way we'll then have a, say here for example. And then we look at transport main portal. And under architecture, use modern railing so they fit. Can't be done. They clipped wrong. Here, stick some SAM in it. You can now make some more singularity cells. Configure the main portal. Select the linked portal. This one. Select the link. This is a portal of radiant fields heating up. Burns through 2 per minute. That's a hungry machine. I like how this thing needs to. Oh no! It's opening a portal straight into the synth wave. Oh my god, it's done. My god. Ooh. And good old Nuka Quantum. By the power of Synthwave, I command you. Move. Move it. Move it.
10 OMFG. Sanop 10 OMFG. Sanop 10 OMFG.
And the guys around. Freaking portals, yo. How many hours deep are you into this playthrough? We went past 200 hours last stream, so 205 hours. And I got pillars, making things supported. Get to it by a catwalk. And go through 2 of those per minute. We're producing 20 per minute, so we're okay for now. So the fixed sites. The ingots. Yes. See, all of these are now maxed out. So, are you waiting on something? The dark matter residue. Is not being consumed because we made all the Vixonium. Okay, we'll double check. Now you're producing 100 a minute. 59 to 50. Just you're consuming 200. I'll leave it at 1%. And that way this one can slowly consume so as it makes the output needs purging. Yeah. That would be the way to do it, I guess. We'll purge the entire pipe network. And the thing is, I think we're gonna need a buffer, a tank to function as a buffer here. Like, I don't think it needs to be a big one. Something just allow it a little bit of leeway. These are just to make sure that this guy doesn't fill the pipe that way. Here to make sure we can connect that to 100. And 100 per minute is what you're supposed to be making, but you're supposed to be consuming 200 per minute. Just as these then consume all the Vixonium it makes and produces 100 residue. Yeah, 2.5 per minute is then burned. So they're getting all the fuel rods they need. Now we don't need to worry about that one. And the pipes now that I've built my fuel power plant is to pump everything up as high as needed, then let it fill the pipes down and don't start until all the pipes are full. Yeah, that helps, yeah, if you wait for them to like be fully saturated. That's why I like having, you know, yeah, liquid buffers in use and so on. And yeah, okay, it is time. I gotta go and feed my doggos. So I put on the proper partier of the musics. Oh, that's all just steam. Most of your machines, manifold or even splitting? Depends on the machines. Manifold if I know that there's going to be a surplus anyway. So then like the machines might, you know, get blocked up. Then manifold is fine. If I want them to like run more evenly, then I can do more even splitting. Like I know that there will be a constant throughput. Then even splitting is better. Okay, now those are all running, and yeah, now we slooped the plutonium fuel rods. Now the plutonium plants are slowly but surely catching up. Excellent. I'm kind of tempted to throw some shards in the whole Fixonium process. Let's make them all run slightly faster so they'll burn through all the plutonium waste we have built up. And if there's excess Fixonium rods, we can sink them, I guess. But now the entire thing will keep on running. All the imports are handled. All we need are more new past. I mean, okay, that's very true. We're not producing the nuclear pasta. Then again, there's enough there to make 10,000 singularity cores. And we have some more. We're still making more of the nuclear pasta. So as long as we can just teleport here through the portal, we can just put more nuclear pasta in the box, and it'll be fine. At some point, we might have a more powerful nuclear pasta producer, and then I guess it's time to either add a drone or like have a cart deliver it all the way here, which would be kind of silly. I think, yeah, a drone would be better. Like the best would be to make it on site, because yeah, drone would be just so. It'll be too much in every way. Uranium power rods. Kind of feel like maybe adding like one extra. Oh, no, we can't. Oh, maybe if we do it somewhere else, just put one here or something. Just to burn through some of those fuel rods. Oh wait, no, we can sink them for points, which can also be pretty handy. Yeah, we can have the entire thing running even more constantly. If we add a smart splitter here, where the excess gets sent. You know what, let's just do that. We need those points anyway. Is overfull. Excellent. And that means these machines can keep running, and they're producing exactly the correct amount to keep all that running, which make enough exactly the right amount to keep half of these running, but then we sloop them so we get all of those running, and they make the exact right amount to keep the two last ones running. All of these, I mean, they would normally be like even more of these, but we got like freaking power shards and all of these, so they're making more power. Just like this one is going to 10 per minute. You're producing 20 per minute. There's still a bit of pasta left. That'll all keep running. So these should never stop as long as we can get rid of all the dark matter residue. And that should work as long as these guys never stop. Yeah, and adding the buffer here in between. Well, how is it possible you have a net bonus? You know what? I'll just not question it. It'll be fine. Because you're doing the even. Okay, yeah, because it's an uneven flow. Oh yeah, the buffer adds that extra little bit of flexibility. And yeah, now actually, let's go take care of those poor doggos. Before there's another case of the most tragic fate of all, neglect of Hanno. Nah, it's warm here. Wish I had some ice cream. But, alas. Alright. I mean, leave y'all with the sweet tunes of freaking Fix It. Oh, no, come on. There we go. And I'll be right back. Gonna go feed the dogs. Drink the water, all that. I'll be right back. See you soon, friendos. Come on. And I have returned, my friends. Sorry it took a while. All is good now. All is good and good in the world, and look at that. More points for the point machine. Because that was pretty much the only point where we're, well, yes. The only point where we're kind of making potentially excess. Now these should be burning everything that those guys make, 1 to 1. And all of that is flowing perfectly. If I look at our power, nope, that's a lamp. What the hell just turned on there? And all that sort of. And now they're crashing. So if you ramp up the production of the plutonium and these, for a little while, well, there's no excess waste here, not anymore. We'll just see if that can push out a few extra. And I really should have left the little bit of buffer that we had actually for this point of the production. Okay, now you have one. You're burning, but you don't have a replacement fuel rod. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we would actually want our fuel production to be slightly more aggressive for a little while. Because they're being replaced, like, just a tiny bit too late. Whereas the plutonium waste we burn all through all of that a little faster. You know, that's all ultimately okay, because I really want them to like just burn through that fixonium a little bit. We're producing 100 a minute for these. We now need 125. Alright, produce 150. And they'll create a little bit of excess, which means, yeah, they'll have a, safety buffer kind of thing. Now you have a fuel rod. You have a fuel rod. You don't have a replacement rod yet. You're idle because you're waiting on those encased cells. Yeah, these guys should all be working at these speeds. Now you're outputting a grand total of 30. Per minute, 7 amp, and that'll help with those. Wonder what your average object placement rate has been over the course of this build. Not that it matters anyway, but it would be a fun number. Average 5 builds a minute, 10? Huh? I mean, that's a difficult one, because that also then would then the blueprints be considered one single build, or every like component by themselves? So I think my roads would bring that number up quite high. And these are all doing good. There, those are going to create some extra pellets. To be fair, blueprints would have to count all the parts. You deserve credit for making a useful blueprint. Yeah, that's very true. Plus, there's the whole, like, how would you calculate that and separate those? You know, the math becomes, at least in my head, it's something that gets yet unnecessarily convoluted. You got 2 machines. Okay, I'm gonna leave the sloops and stuff there to just... These work at normal speed. This one has a tiny sloop in it to make slightly more of the stuff. Huh. That's too long. Then I realized that the frick. Interesting. There you go. We need to have an equal 3 split, right? Because 1/3 goes here. 37.5. So 15, 15. Yeah, because I feel like this one is getting essentially too much uranium waste right now. I'm thinking, what if I... There. I have a couple of hundred. And you can chuck that out. Because then you get a 1/3. Oh, that's why the math's all wrong. Okay. Now these all have an excess of the pellets. So I'll remove these as well. There you go. Now you're going to 25. And these two. Like 75. Yes. So in fact, these ones should get a 1/4, and these should get more. But we can only divide it into 3s, really. Oh yeah, here's an idea. First we split the output into 2. Then one of those gets split into further into 2, and then one of that gets merged back in. Evening, gosh darn, how you doing? Gobble gobble, here comes goblin trouble. Oh no, hey there, Sniper Bullen. Oh, we're getting multi-rated. And the Knaposaurus himself. Dome Raid. Upuraidi. Uvunpitäjät. The Dome Keepers themselves. Hey there, Knapzor. Hey there, Vinsanti. Hey there, Sniper Bullen. Hello, everyone. I've got an average build per minute over the course of the run, but it wouldn't rise as frighteningly as similar graph of Factorio. It was fast. Yeah. Yeah, the number would go up a bit, but maybe not quite as fast. Hey there, Hazaza. Hey there, Dragon Garland again. Hey there, Bichuri. Hey there, Vinsanti. All the Dome boys themselves. How y'all doing? How was the doming? Did you keep it? Was the dome kept? Yes, rad coffee. It's the best in it. Has that nice little tingle. The nuclear production is going okay. We are trying to mildly tweak and cheat so that we're making slightly more plutonium stuff. The data, I am, check note, the worst keeper. Oh no! Well, there's this, there's the dungeon keepers, and then I guess there's the worst keepers as well. Oh no. Yeah, there, Rainbow the kitty. 1 billion raids. It's very true. We got so raided. Raided beyond human comprehension. I shall steal your sloops and apply them upstairs. Yeah, let me. Yes. Fucker. Now, get slooped. Alright, so this one now has enough of those to keep running for a while, as do you. Excellent. So we have the excess we wanted. And we can even do that for a little bit. For a few minutes. To make just proper excessive amounts. Someone has to keep the worst. That's very true. Hey there, crab thighs. So welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Now, those who don't know me, hi. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, another Finnish streamer. Finnish variety streamer. Amateur game developer at times. We should now travel through the magic of the portal of Synthwave. And an avid enjoyer of factory and automation games. So how is this silly factory? This one is... Right. Okay. I'm pretty sure the bubble got full. So this is one of those... Just do it once to... Alright, the plastic. We need the plastic fantastic. This one's just making some of these for like no real reason. We needed some for the milestone. We're done now. Sweet, I've seen that before. Yep, the portals themselves, we have built them. See, the satellite one only requires power. It is then connected to a main portal. And the main portal, as we travel through the world of Synthwave. Now they take a lot of power, this is true. And they take singularity spheres at 2 per minute. So they're pretty power and extremely resource hungry. I like the reference, no flies in the teleporter. We don't want another, we don't want the incident to happen again. Right, so I've been mucking about here, just trying to play around with putting down shards and sloops and things to make sure we have a small excess of plutonium fuel rods, because the uranium parts are running at 100% efficiency and the fixonium is as well. But every now and then these guys turn off because they didn't get their next power rod in time. Whereas the fixonium ones here, that's got 21 in stock. That one's got 14. No more human flies. Very true. Yeah, the shouty outies are slowly happening. What up, y'all? Hope y'all doing good. How was the one? Hooray day, eh? Yeah, looks like it. No more human flies. So, how was the Dome Keeper? I mean, it looks like a fun game, but I'm not sure if it's like my kind of game, to be honest. It looks neat and all. Okay, so they go through a lot of these, and okay, that is true. I did ramp up this. And the IKEA lamps of power. I mean, sorry, isn't that obviously an IKEA lamp? And not just an IKEA lamp, but it's an IKEA lamp I've had, or well, I wanted. The family members and friends have had. A few 1v3 and 2v2. Alright, cool. Classic one too. Exactly, Sniperbullen. Extremely radioactive as well. To me now, bro. Everyone can see you're keeping a dome ready. A dome already. That is very true, but there's less mining inside happening. It's mostly void. Very empty dome. I fill with coffee and beer. Oh, you. No mind, but mind. Tell me you. Sounds only if you mind. All of these fixed site with trigons. The trigons be bygones. Spamming a little extra. Not at this point. Alright, fine. Well, I'll let you do your thing for a little bit. Okay, the Fixonium is finally getting properly depleted, which is what I kind of wanted because all of this got backed up. Like the devil's anus itself. Not bad to disconnect everyone to turn on aimbot. Oh no! It was technical error. Oh, he defeated me the first time though. Okay. Mink is the reigning champion of 1v3 and remains undefeated. Nice! Well done, Minky. Defeated me the first time though. That was technical error. Snap had to disconnect everyone to turn on the aimbot. That was Minky. Oh no, they were bots, they were aims, and they were games. Much winning was done. Okay, yeah. Unshard that one. Unshard that one. We got a grand total of 50 and 50. So this, oh no, wrong button. This one wants then to be brought down to 100. Now we don't need to be looking at these funny little disco dance floor machines. Exonium situation has been fixed. You are fixed. Plutonium situation remains questionable at best. Of course, because I forgot that I can't do math. Let's do this. So now these can burn through a whole lot more to produce these, overproduce for a little while. But that's what I just want. I just want these to have more in reserve, so we're gonna try to force them to overproduce. And while they do that, we should fly off, up and away, and add a dimensional prison pocket over at the plastic production over yonder. Oh, technically I can take the super fast way. There we go. There we go. The game even said that it was Minky. Oh no! However, I like Minky anyway. Oh. Such lovely friendliness. Friendly loveliness. These are splitters. And we can... Oh, I have a rubber portal over there. I kind of have some tiredness now. Oh no! Napasaurus. I will ponder my actions. Understandable. You had an early start. I hope the pondering goes well, my friend. So what if we then knock down a little dimensional depot? X20 right there. Can I get this to fit in a sort of neat way? Ultimately, I find that acceptable. So then, half the output gets split into there. And if that's full and that's full, then it gets thrown in the sink for the coupons. So now that's fixed. Let's go check out the plutonium one more time, and then we'll travel through the dimension of endless horror known as 80 synthwave. And we shall travel back to the new quantum factory Double check. Yeah, you have nothing weird in. Yep. Nope. Your roll running normally. Just have a whole bunch of pellets. So kind of ready to go. Heck, we'll just do that then. Man, linking like copy paste to like the mouse buttons on my mouse was just an accidentally wonderful move on my part, if I say so myself. So these are now running at 250% speed and having a magical double output. So they should be producing 1.5 per when 1 per minute is all we need. So now you have 1 plutonium rod. You have nothing in reserve. You're burning the fuel though. Because they're burning 0.25 a minute, right? So 4 of these, which is what we got, should be burning through 1 per minute in total for the production. But they're unevenly like filled and spaced. Even though the belt comes out, goes all the way here, goes through this splitter, and 50% goes here, and then it gets shared between those two. Then the other half goes here, gets shared between these two. So the output, they should be saturated. And you're working at full speed, producing a grand total of 2.5 per minute. Why is it not working? How many minutes must I wait? Oh well. Let's go back and have a look-see at the other factory. Sweet. Wasn't just an early start, they also harassed me to skip or speed or breakfast. Oh no. Well, see, that was your first mistake. Eating breakfast. You see, I did the same mistake today. I actually had a sort of early day food, which I usually don't. There, I have some time crystals too. And the dark matter is full again. Here, have another one. The entire pipe network. This one also running at crazy speed and magically doubling the outputs. And yeah, they're going into the prison pocket dimension. Alright, so we have machines here making power shards. And they're producing the stuff. Everyone's idle because they're full. Fair enough. You should not be there. Excellent. Now we can turn these into weird magic to make our power even more powerful. And I feel like we could should just do this so that if nothing else we can at least ensure that we have enough shards. Like we have hundreds already, both in our inventory and here. I might as well fill a freaking container with them, because their future output will be pretty much 100% going to making the strange alien power accelerator thing, so we can have the alien power producing machine give, instead of 10%, 30% extra power. So we haven't really seen too much damage yet. You can see that even with our current capacity is at 90 megawatts, but consumption keeps on growing as well. So there's that. Okay, now it's more even there because we can see these dips when the fuel, the uranium, the plutonium stuff stops working properly. And the production should be just fine for the speed. That's why I was thinking, like, well, we can just, you know, if they would have a little bit of a buffer, that would help quite a lot. Wrong button again. And so that means we have to look here at the... Let's first look at the power charts. And we are looking at the alien power matrix. And to make these, we need power shards, superposition oscillators, and the SAM fluctuators. Well, SAM fluctuators we're making other places, and we can just import the reanimated SAM, we're actually already doing, and then make these on site. So that's another thing. Power shards, well, we're already making them. They want 7.5 a minute. We need 5, so we need 2 twice that. So we need 15. We've got 3 machines making a grand total of 5 each. And you're idle because the pipe is full again. Drain the full pipe network. There you go. Because this was one of the annoying parts in the final phase, is making sure all the dark matter residue produced is actually being consumed, and there's only so many things that can consume them. How's it? Lurk time. Hey, thank you. Hope you had a lovely food time, my friend, and thank you for the lurk, and thank you for the raid, everyone. And once again, if you don't know about Knapsorbin, Sunti, Mink, the drawing researcher, and Hansel himself, you should go check him out. Wonderful streamers, one and all. I should have a break and something to nom ta for now. Hey, thank you again, Duncan Upsor, as well. Take it easy, my friends. Take it easy. Now, I think we were looking at the math for that. So I already forgot what the eval was called. So we do the power shard, which you make the alien power matrix which is actually just obviously a lathe. Like eval, they're kind of like höla. Plane, that's the word. Not a lathe, but a plane is that tool's name in English. Need 2 machines. So the power shards are already called for. So 2 machines produce 120 units of dark matter residue. So we want to make these, they produce 120. The power shards produce 60 per, and there's 3 of those, so that's 180. And let's go. I got the superposition oscillator. They produce 5 per minute. This one once. So we're not okay, so 15. So we need three of these machines. 3 of these machines as well. And that would mean a grand total of 125 plus 125 is 250. So 375. Meaning a grand total of 675 units of dark matter residue per minute are being produced. Now they need 30 per minute dark matter crystals. MC. And that times 3 would be 90. 90 dark matter crystals. And you are produced with 30. So you need 120 dark matter crystals. Now 120 dark matter crystals consume so 4 of these machines. Yeah? And that makes 600. So we're left on excess of 75. And the question is, what can we do with that excess of 75? And the answer is nothing. If we did that where we have the power, we could pipe it into some Fixonium. But we're not. So instead, we're going to make even more dark matter crystals. So our calculation was for 4 machines, and currently here we need a 5th one, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 machines. Which means we're now running a deficit. So the excess would have to be produced by these machines. But ultimately, I think that's fine. So, now we have a plan. So for there's 2 machines doing those. Now let's have a closer look at what the plan actually is. The alien power matrix of Puuhöylä. So the sound fluctuators are easy enough. I think they take steel pipes or something. Or beams. We have steel pipes, and we have a steel factory literally right next to us. So we're A-okay for that one. We can get concrete to make them even more sort of resource efficient, so that's okay. So that's good. These are already dealt with. Well, these are just fired out by a giant, like, weird machine, so that's okay. So it's a superposition oscillator. And the good thing is, yeah, we're making all those dark crystals, and well, they're already all going into use. Oh, that means we have a quick in-between question. If we check out the fixie. Oh, we're being used here. One machine goes through 20 per minute, so 5th machine makes 30. Yeah, more than good enough. Plus, you know, it's yeah, we'll have to make our own separate setup for all of this apparently. So apparently this entire setup here will just be feeding that machine. Ah, bugger. Oh well. We need the power anyway, and it's a fun thing to kind of set up. And we need these anyway. And I don't have any factories anyway making crystal oscillators, and an alkali aluminum sheet is always made pretty much on site where it's needed. So, alkali aluminum sheet. We can import bauxite. I think in the end, though, it'll be better make a separate factory somewhere else making just alkali aluminum sheet. And we bring that stuff over by train. This 45 per minute is still a relatively... Because we need these times 3. That's very true. All these numbers times 3. So 15 crystal oscillators. So we need... 15x crystal osk, and 45 is 90. That'd be 135. Alkali. And the 90 dark matter crystals are already being produced here. Alright. Alright. So. The outlab is made from copper and aluminum. Our aluminum production is, well, we only have the one factory, and it is what it is. And we can make a better one now. We have unlocked new research and new secret super magical technologies. And if we look at the crystal oscillator, though, we need quartz crystals. And rubber. And AI limiters. Now, the rubber is already coming in here by train, and the AI limiter. Well, let's have a look here. We needed 15 of these. All those numbers are weird. But we can fix it like this. So we need 10 manufacturers pretty much running at 80%. To produce a crystal oscillator. And that means we need, okay, change the page on my notebook here. So 15 crystal oscillators. We do, just mask 15 equals 10x machines at 80%, and that means 150 quartz crystal. That means 105 rubber. Which I think... No, sorry, 1,000... No, 10x. Good, thank God. We're not doing 100x, just 10x. I think we can't do 1,000 rubber. That's not going to happen. But 105, I'm pretty sure we got that in the bag. And that means 15 AI limiters. Of these AI limiters are actually anything that actually needs proper production, because the rubber is imported and these are just, well, they're just crushed and then sent over. I don't think our local system could pretty much help here, so we're going to make a separate new one and then ship them in via drone. The AI limiters, I think we're going to do the plastic version, because we already imported the plastic, and we can import the quick wire. Oh, would you look at that? We only need 2 of these machines to make 16. Excellent. So 16x AI limiters takes a grand total of 240 quick wire. And 56 plastic. Our plastic is pretty much constantly being thrown in the trash, so it's overflowing, so we don't need to worry about that. And our quick wire is enough. We just import the deuterium. So 240 quick wire. So, and also the plastic's already here. So for the quick wire, we need the deuterium. We need 240 with 4 machines. Yep. 4 machines, and that takes 48. Well, the transfer rate on the drone is around 222, so I think we're good. Excellent. Plus other machines here might want deuterium. Okay, so that is the crystal oscillator machine. Ooh, are you finally done? So I gave him all kind of stuff, and I just wanted to like burn through the materials. Nope, still need some trigons. Now with PC. Hey, no worries to the sniper bullet. Hope you have a good one. So these I think I'm assuming 7.5, 120, and yeah, so these. Yeah. I'm going to keep on doing this thing. Yeah, one of these where, you know, it's not that important. We made these so that we could do the milestone, and then because I've gave him the stuff, I'm thinking, you know what? We're gonna let him keep making them for a while. Now, for the quartz, the crystal oscillator. Wait a minute. The crystal oscillator. You go 10x than one, and that is at 18. Otherwise, yeah, that's a direct import, and at 18. These don't really change enough. Well, it won't be much, but I guess we'll get a little bit of those oscillators as an excess, because we do make the 10. Ten at 80% is 8. Sometimes I too can make math. Not always, sometimes. Alright, so I was wondering, like, there's something weird here with the math here. Now I figured it out. Okay. So if you use those for this one, and we do make 10, then we make 18.75 per minute, and we only needed 15, then making the 3 extra. And what are these actually then used for? Radio control units. Now we needed 15, and with 18, that is 3.75 extra. And if we'd use them here, they could feed into 3 of these. Uh-oh. Well, what do you know? What do you know? We'll leave the aluminum for the alclad anyway. And the computer just wants plastic and... I think we'd probably do the Caterium version. And... okay, perfect. I'll just do a quick note here for the... we'll do that math when we get there, so... the XS 3.75 crystal oscillators goes into 3 RCU makers, giving us a grand total of 7.5 radio control units per minute. And those are used in making these. We can make 3 per minute. Allowing us to have 3 nuclear pasta per minute, in theory. But it would be pretty okay, because that means we can then use those for the other outputs. Because with those are then things we need to make these. And if we're making 3 per minute, it means we get 30 singularity cells per minute. And those are used for the ballistic warp drive. And well, that would be okay, that would be excessive. But then we can also put those in, other places. So that's neat. And we need RCUs for all kinds of shit anyway. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Worry not, chat, worry not. So let's do first the power amping, because we'll be building a lot of these machines which have sort of fluctuating power production. Our power production is also still fluctuating, and it must be still the plutonium, but it shouldn't be able to believe the plutonium. Let's go check anyway. Now they should have some excess rods. You have 4. You have 4. You have 4. Excellent. Grab the power shards from those. So that'll slow those down. There. Now you're still producing double, so it's grand total of like 1. You're idle on account of the in case plutonium cells. Because we need a grand total of 15 per minute. What now? That's exactly what these should be producing. I'm assuming this will then fix these guys. But I'm gonna steal your nuclear waste. And put it in this thing's output. So you get more evenly distributed. %, locked in, that's very true. Well, gotta head out, go sleep at a friend's place. Hey, hope you have a good one, Sniper Bullen. And hey there, puppy, sorry. Look out into the heat, food and grocery shopping. Puppy Kith, mwah, mwah, to you as well, my friend. And I hope the shopping goes well. Take it easy, my friend. Alright. We're gonna do a... strange. I think. Let's see if the strange works out. Nope, that won't work. But if I put you here... what I want... is a merger, say, there. Which means we have a splitter. There. You connect there. And then we have another splitter there. We'll try it again. So you see, those lock in there. Oh no, these lock in here. And you lock in there. See, now the output comes. Half goes there, half goes here. From this half, only a quarter continues. And the rest gets merged back. And whatever's left gets split between these two. Because that is the more correct ratio for the waves. You got 300, you got 190. So if I click there, 180, and you all go there.
The doctor gave me 1 year to live, so I shot him. The judge gave me 20 years.
Ooh! Well, couple snacks, that sounds like a decent investment. Good old funny, silly business. You're halfway. Because you need an input of, yeah, 7.5 to 7.5, that's 15. So if we look at these, oh, I mean, under logistics, we find the counting machine. Now you'll be burning through the waste much faster. You should be producing the pellets faster than these can actually use them. So, still 15 per minute. But it feels like it must be wrong because they end up being idle for a wee bit. You got 45. You got 30. I'm not sure I fully understand why. But I guess we'll just, you know, we'll seal your encased plutonium and yours. So I can then put it in there. It comes up and gets split between these two. Should be 50-50. You're 42. And you're 42. Excellent. There. Now you all have an excess of pellets. You keep on burning through that waste. Actually, that's true. Wait, why is there so much waste? I mean, surely it's not you. I wonder if it really was because of the ratio being wrong. So slowly. I mean, that would explain it because I built everything to be like exactly the inputs and the outputs. So that would explain if the most likely was then the ratio itself. And that means that little setup should fix the issue. But now it's 1/4 goes there, and 3/4 gets divided between these two. Which should be correct. And not with these ratios, of course, but in general. So if we let this one run. Add another 50%, you're doing 77.5 per. That number should then slowly grow. And we should be producing 1 per minute. So you got 4 rods. You got a few rods. You got 4 rods, and you probably have them 3 as well. Excellent. So we have the savings that I wanted. Plutonium is not backed up anymore. These guys are cooking on through. And you are dangerously close. So I'm gonna clean out the buffer. So you're still producing 100 per minute. You're consuming 200 per minute. You're producing 100 per minute, 2 times 50. There we go. And these have an excess of fuel rods, so they're okay. I just saw one. Two per minute. No, it should be 1 per minute. I guess just because 2 went by, because each one of them makes 2. And it takes 4 minutes to make. Well, we have the excess cells. There you go. So these are then back to normal ratio. You will run as soon as you have the space for it, which is when these guys just run. So that ratio is correct. This is correct. Already. That's enough to run again. You have an excess of pellets, meaning you should be producing it 24 per minute. Which means you should have an excess of those. Yeah, you're not even halfway and you're already good. Excellent. So now, in the name of saving a little power, we will put these values back where they were. And now we'll go back down to 15. And there we go. Throughput monitor. Apparently if it's on slow things you can't see shit. But we're okay. So whenever these guys produce, they're producing grand total of 1 per minute, so if they make 4, feed into all of those, we're okay. And there's oust. So now we don't need to look at anything here. The pasta is keeping me mildly worried. So put in a few more stacks. Other than that, this guy is working perfectly. These are full, those are working. And the teleporto will it will teleport. Yes, it will. Excellent. Alright. Are you finally done burning through those supercomputers? Yes, you are. Excellent. So everything else can be just go in my pocket. Okay. Now, the crystal oscillator, yeah, we're going to want the quartz crystals. We'll be crushing a bunch there, but we're going to want more anyway for other projects and other places, so we're going to need another crystal source. That's just 2 normal nodes, so we find a pure node or something, and we turn that into a crushing station and start shipping those out later on. And that'll be A-okay. And the rubber, which it's already in the train. The AR limiter wants plastic, that's already in the train. The quickware will come by a Caterium drone. Okay, so then we'll need a crystal.
Guys? Can I slice some potatoes? Okay, thanks. YQKRTCHTRQ, KRTCHTRQ, KRTCHTRQ. KRTCHTRQ, KRTCHTR. Y equal 2 crew most canines. U canine of equal TR. KRTCHTRQ, 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 KRTHTRQ, KRTCHTRQ.
Good old confused AI voice.
KRTCHTRQ. KRTCHTRQ. KRT at Lubers or Bo.
Yeah, those AI voices by the Google thing. I love it when they get all confused. That is the highest of tech of AI voice thing you can get from the Google right now. Or actually, I don't know if they if it is any more the highest tech. I haven't checked now for a few months, and they keep on updating it. But I still think it's funny. Now we have some quartz here, actually. Actually, that is very true. We have a Hakeem quartz train. Now the quartz train is on. Not to the west, you say?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1. 011 121 314 16 17 1819 2 021 222 324 252 6272
apparently not.
293 132 334 353 6373 8394 04
No, I think this one had.
6474.
And apparently it times itself out or something. I think we grabbed that one. We haven't grabbed this one. We can go check on our little doggos and see where the quartz pick up. Oh, no, let's just add drones there. Just go there, add a few drones to a drone station there as well. Then we can export the raw crystal, and then we can. Or then we do the crystal production. We say ship that via drone, which would be better because of the whole concentration. So then we can have the drones from here, bringing that over. So the Caterium is all set and ready to go. Yeah, let's do that one first. Now that is a mildly adventurous trip, so we'll change over from the hyperfocus over to good old Michael. I don't think I've tried this after I changed the setup. That should be fine. Ooh, I could almost reach that. It's looking pretty neat though. You can connect those rows together. And there's our destination. Got here pretty fast. Good thing we have a blueprint for that. Ah yes. Fungal forests. A lot of mycelia here. Yeah, because this place produces crazy amounts of quartz. Let's go check on our doggos first. Okay, first we'll see, can I throw anything in my magic pockets? No more plastic. Even if it's fantastic. No trigons? No. Bygones are bygones. Swingularities also still go a little bit. Hello, doggo friendos. Hello there, Barry. Greetings to you, sweet little Jerry. What are you doing there, Terry? Oh, it's in, wow, everyone's favorite, tax evasion. Oh, ever delightful Mary. Oh, the sweet little Berry. Oh, the absolutely adorable Sherry. How are you, spicy little Larry? Well done, doggos. I accept your offerings. Because if we look at here, at the quartz crystal, look at the recipe. So it takes 5 raw quartz to make 3 crystals. That's why I want the crystal factory to be here, so that we can have a more like resource dense deliveries. Now, of course, we could do it apparently as some pure quartz ones. We added water, the 9 turns into 7. It does cut down on that one. Dissolved silica. Nitric acid. What the heck is dissolved silica? The what now? Do we have that? I got cheap silicon charcoal. Use quartz crystals. Oh, we do actually have this one here. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to do this one. 25 into 18 is that neat and all, but 24 into 15. 5 into 3 is... what's that, 60%? 24 into 15 is... similar, but then it also does this one. So if I unlock this, do you come with like 2 for the price of 1? Huh. You'd pursue, so 120 turns into 75. 75 times 2 is 150, so there's a difference of 30. Takes 10 nitric acid, takes 60 of those, so 2 of these would then make 240 into 150. Make 120 of this, add a little bit of limestone, some water, and we got egg ton of silica as well. Well, nothing really uses silica in that kind of amount, so I would care about. Maybe if you combine it with the fine concrete one. Even then, nah. That doesn't seem like a recipe I'd ever really care about. Well, we had a look-see. A little poopsie. We're just gonna crush it. Because it works. It's fine. Now, you'll go here, and then you go here, and then you get merged into here. So if you output 120, you output 240, you output 480, which means I believe that if we max you out here 1200. Okay, so let's turn 1200. We'll disconnect this thing from here because then yeah, if we do send a train, remember the second one 166 transfer, so we can have train pick it up. But if we turn this into a giant silly machine. I think we can make it work. The giant silly machine should go then... where? If we do pillars, go up. They match with this one. Okay. And production starts on this floor. See, we ship it up, so say to the right. And we're doing 1,200 raw quartz per minute. Which using your basic recipe goes 37.5 into 22.5. So 1,200 divided by 37.5 equals a grand total of 32 machines. Now 32 times 22.5 equals with an output of 720 crystal. That's actually... damn. Fair enough. So do 32x. Divide by half, it's 16. Divide by half is 8. So it's... 4 times 8, eh? Yeah. So 4 stories, 8 machines. Or 8 stories of 4 machines. I think we see here 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, they're vibrating hard. Them trees be partying. So, how the heck do I balance all that out? So in that way, now I'm seeing the value of those even more powerful recipes. But we can always come here and then change this, I guess. Or find another node and change that. But this specific one will now be producing 720, which means it can feed into multiple drone ports if necessary. So, let's see. You can't really go this way unless we really cut into that tree, and I'd rather not. So let's start by putting down a basic wall. Now, normal machine's height would be 3, but what if we want to be like properly above this thing? Is all. Yeah, but we'll go 3, I guess. Okay. Good thing we mussed about there, because now we then realized that won't work. These are following again train logic, I think. Wait, no. I see, it is the height that is fucked. So in that sense, yes. Off by 1 meter. So otherwise the same. And this shit just goes up by a meter. Gosh darn ya bananas, there you go. And then from here, we could bring this over, like with the whole height of 2 thing. And we want a width of, say, 5. Aha! Oh yeah, there we go. Now I see the design. Yeah, we're gonna have like an open chute here in the middle with the elevator belt going all the way up to the highest floor, and then we have splitters going along that one. To split where we need to, which means your height needs to be 3. Because that is the height for being able to have a machine there, so we need these. So that way we'll have the machines on this level as well. We do, see, width of 5. Machines face that way, inputs on that end. And we look at the production we find from here, the good old structure. And these would give us more than enough space to move, but for neatness sake, we could do it that way. Slightly closer to the machine, and gives us slightly more here on the exit side. You make something as simple as Quartic in Crystal Fendo, and then we copy this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So then the building will become much taller than I just sort of originally anticipated. See how that works out. Might have to do some changes. Might be easier, I guess, to then actually stretch it into this direction. So then we'll have 4. I'm gonna just because this is already the 1. Two. Three. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, yeah, because then we do 4 times 8 would be the 32, so we just also stretch it into that direction. Yeah, chan. Oh, heck. And yeah, there we go. Oh, gosh darn it. They... Come on. Sometimes they want to, you know, play ball. Sometimes they don't. And I'm realizing that we just unlocked a fancy new, very large blueprints machine. Which, yeah, would help us here.
Sunoff 10, Bogo Sunoff 10 TP.
You're absolutely correct. Let's have a quick look-see here, though. One, 2, 3, 4. Which means we would need the trick we used earlier and figured out with the other factories where we use the mergers, those 3 mergers to divide an input evenly. I mean, of course, 3 splitters. There we go. Input goes there. Output. Whoops, wrong way around. It's not the splitter, but the merger that we want here, yes. It'll be mirror images of each other, but it'll still work, and that's the important part. I just want to quickly see how this might work. Mark III has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Now that's a very doable setup. And then we check in the blueprints. It's under undefined because it's just a good old experiment. And then voila, we can technically slap one down here. One. Two. Three. Four. Yeah, more. And for this one, see, we have even distribution into the machines themselves, but then up will be a manifold. Because this thing will not be able to deliver, constant throughput. And that's why the manifold system is absolutely a-okay here. I'm wondering... What the... Oh, man. Come on. Don't... Why do you keep on, throwing away my... For fuck's sake, machine. Why does it keep on moving even though I'm already nudging? And it still tries to stop me. There we go. Alright, then these things just still need to be powered and the place needs to be decorated. For funsies, I just want to see him run. Now these outputs go here, those outputs go that way. So they're mirrored, so that is, in a way, less than ideal. Oh! I didn't bring far up high enough. Oh well. That, my friend, will then be a problem for another time. Been close enough to 8 hours, and is that a Mercer sphere I just completely neglected? It is! It is! My god. Masses and massa. Sweet, sweet massa. And a pig. willing to donate to the cause. These nuts. So golden and shiny. There we go. Extra Mercer Sphere. And here we can see, yes, the sweet, sweet power of blueprints. Very large facility, built very quickly by just slapping down one of those big blueprint cubes there. In this, we need to build more of these. And we need to build a machine for pretty much dealing with freaking copper ingots. Because we need more copper sand, I think, but powder. For the nuclear pasta. For the singularity cubes. And they're just annoying to set up. And we need more than one, so that'll help there. But hey, that'll be next time. I gotta go walk them dogs, grab a bite to eat, and then go visit the parent for some bro time sauna, hopefully. So, time for me to save the game. Hey, thank you Jals for watching. And thank you Buffalopicus for hanging out. Company is wonderful as always. Save has been successfully shaved, and we shall exit to the desk of tops. We shall change the scene to the end of streams. And then we find the song. And you know what song it is? It is, of course, the song of drink and industry. Thank you for hanging out, Carpet Thighs. I appreciate it. So, now then, let us see who is out and who is about, my friend, and where, oh where, do we raid? What are people doing? What are people playing? Let's see here. If we check on the... Well, there you go. I'm gonna have 5 with there still. Someone else playing good old Satisfactory. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Gobbles next. So I'm gonna raid you all over to Phase Lotte. We've raided them before. We found them when we were playing Factorio, and now they are also playing Satisfactory. And they seem to be a newer player, but also, by what I'm seeing here, enjoying the lovely complexities of design. I'm going to send you all over there, and I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful time. Hey, thanks for hanging out, New Fire M. Thank you, in fact, to everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a most delightful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. Now, normally tomorrow is, I do believe tomorrow's Friday, so tomorrow should be a no stream day, and there might be a stream anyway, on account of, I don't know what else to do. But we'll find out tomorrow, eh? I'll update it on the Discord once I know, and I don't know, maybe you'll turn up and I'll be here. We'll find out. Hey, but until then, my friends, stay awesome. Thank you again, New Fire M, Cobble Snacks, Carpet Ice, Joust, Buffalo, Pegasus, and Game Potato. And everyone else here on the Twitch side for hanging out. It was super awesome. Thank you to Sorkpleb Snacks, Jamin, Kwangya, and everyone else on the YouTube side, all the chatters and all the lurkers. I appreciate every single one of you. Hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time. But I really gotta go. I'll be seeing you around, my friends. And here, remember, stay awesome. Ta-ta!